Planning Board meeting, and call the matter to order. And I am required by law to inform you that the town can and will audio and video record this meeting. Any person intending to either audio or video record this open session is required to inform the chair. They're clearly able to do that, but they just have to inform us if they want to do that. Okay, seeing none, the first matter on the agenda is Kyle Douglas, PB 2019-49.
To read in the whole thing.
And seeks approval of a use special permit for alternative access pursuant to the Code of the Town of Harwich, 325-18.p and -51. The proposal seeks access via a private driveway easement over 344 Oak Street, Lot 2, shown on Plan Book 591, page 64. Property is located at 334 Oak Street, map 82, parcel T1 through 3, in the R-L and 6 Ponds zoning district. So we'll hear from Mr. Douglas or his representative. Please identify yourself. And
Kyle Douglas.
okay.
I was informed that when we went for the permit for building permits that I need the special permit to access my property through the easement that's already in place.
Okay. And that's what you want?
Yeah, that's what I want. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Is there anybody on the board first?
How
Haven't-
about Charlene?
Charlene has a report.
Yes, I
Thank you.
do. Up on the screen, for anybody who's interested, what I've shown is the yellow is the driveway, and the blue line is the property line. So Mr. Douglas's house would be to the south, and the lot above is where the driveway would be. And there is a wetland there, so we're trying to accommodate going around the wetland. There are no concerns from any town departments, including fire, police, highway, and engineering. Conservation indicated that they did receive approval of an RDA back in October. The reasons and explanations provided for this request are valid, and a shared driveway does appear to be superior to access from the frontage, and I do recommend standard conditions be imposed. Again, there's a wetland in, whoops, is this working? Yeah. Down in the right-hand corner of the property. Board members, if you have your plans, you can see the 100-foot from that floodplain, or not from the floodplain, but from the wetland. So they're trying to keep it outside of that and avoid any issues with conservation.
Thank you very much. Anybody on the board have any questions?
No, sir.
Comments? Okay. Anybody in attendance in the audience who would like to be heard in this matter? Seeing none, for a motion to close the hearing.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Roll call.
And we'll have a roll call vote.
Announce the names.
Oops. I need to announce your name.
Arthur,
Arthur.
say yes.
Okay.
Yes.
David.
David? Aye. McFarland, aye.
Mary.
Mary Masiello?
Aye.
Do you want to vote?
He actually came in late,
I
so
came in
he
late,
probably
so
should not.
I'll abstain.
Yeah.
Aye.
All right. Would each of you announce your names so that we'll have it on the record?
Oh, sure. Craig
No,
Chadwick.
No, when you do the vote,
Oh.
the roll call vote. I think it'd just be easier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Want me to do it now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
William Stoll, aye.
All right.
I'm confused.
So I move that we vote to approve with conditions the use special permit for alternative access pursuant to the Code of the Town of Harwich, Section 325-18.p and -51. The proposal seeks access via a private driveway easement over 344 Oak Street, parentheses, Lot 2, shown on Plan Book 591 at page 64, close parentheses. The property is located at 334 Oak Street, map 82, parcel T1-3, in the R-L and Six Ponds zoning district. Based on the fact that the application meets the necessary requirements and criteria for approval pursuant to the code of the town of Harwich, with the above findings, I forgot the findings. So I'm gonna rescind that and say I move that we adopt
Sorry.
the following
Wasn't paying
findings.
attention.
I move that we adopt the following findings of fact. One, the alternative access is proposed is necessary to lessen any impact the wetlands in the area, and therefore it creates a superior access way. 2, the use is consistent with the zoning code and will not adversely affect the neighborhood. 3, the specific site is an appropriate location for such a shared driveway. And 4, there will be no nuisance or serious hazard to vehicles or pedestrians.
Second.
We also need Mary this.
So we did the findings first.
Okay. Proposed findings of fact. 1, the alternative access
So that's
proposed.
what I just did, Joe.
Okay,
So we just need we had
Move.
a second.
move,
I seconded.
Craig seconded, now you need the roll call vote.
go ahead.
Aye.
Say your name, please.
Arthur Rouse.
Joe McParland, yes.
Mary Maslowski, yes.
Alan Peterson, abstain.
William Stokes, yes.
Craig Chadwick, yes.
Okay.
And Alan, David.
David?
David Harris, yes.
Thank you.
So now I move that we vote to approve with conditions the use special permit for alternative access pursuant to the code of the town of Harwich, section 325-18.p and -51. The proposal seeks access via a private driveway easement over 344 Oak Street, Lot 2, shown on Plan Book 591, page 64. Property is located at 334 Oak Street, map 82, parcel T1-3, in the R-L and Six Pond zoning district. Based on the fact that the application meets the necessary requirements and criteria for the approval pursuant to the code of the town of Harwich, with the above findings and following conditions. 1, the special permit decision shall be recorded at the Registry of Deeds. And 2, any changes to the site plan shall be subject to further planning board review.
All those in favor?
I need a
A
second.
second.
Oh, thank you.
Arthur Rouse, yes.
Go ahead,
David,
David.
Aye.
Okay. Would you announce your name so the record is clear?
David Harris, aye.
Joseph McParland, aye.
Mary Maslowski, aye.
Alan Peterson, abstain.
William Stokes, aye.
Craig Chadwick, aye.
Thank you.
You're done.
Next matter is PB 2019-45, Royal Apartments LLC as owner. Alex Barden, representative, seeks approval of a multifamily use special permit in the Howard Center Overlay District and a site plan review special permit for the proposed use and additional parking and other appurtenances pursuant to the code of the town of Howard, 325-51D and 51O, and 325-55. Property is located at 328 Bank Street, map 41, parcel N4, in the MRL Howard Center Overlay and Historic Districts. Now that this is had been continued to this date. So it's Mr. Burden or his representative.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ben Zender, and I'm here on behalf of Royal Apartments LLC. And I have with me Dave McNevich from Coastal Engineering setting up his easel back there. He is the site engineer for the project. That's David McNevich. Also, Matt Nelson in the second row is the architect for the project. And Alex Barden next to him is the applicant's representative. And hopefully we can answer any questions that you have tonight. This is an application for actually 3 forms of relief. One is for a site plan review special permit. One is for a special permit for the use of multifamily dwellings in the MRL district. And finally, the historic district overlay requires a special permit for any development within that area. So David is going to, in a minute, just give you just a brief rundown of the site itself. But by way of a simple overview, I'm sure you were out there, you've seen the site. Royal Apartments is a recently discontinued assisted living facility that the applicant is proposing to make no changes to the exterior of the buildings, but to reconstruct the interior to create 26 units consisting of 33 bedrooms for rental housing, 1 and 2 bedroom units. The property consists of 82,443 square feet. In addition to the relief that we're seeking from your board, we also will need a variance from the Board of Appeals. We will be in front of the Board of Appeals tomorrow night, and the reason we need a variance is that your zoning bylaw requires that for multifamily dwelling use in the MRL district, you need a minimum lot area of 10 acres, which we don't have. And so, assuming that we get that variance, we can move ahead, and assuming we get the relief that we need from this board. If we don't get that relief from the zoning board, then it's a different story entirely. So, Dave, would you mind just very briefly just describing the site and any site changes that are being proposed for the project?
Sure. So, in this view, boy, there's some of that lost. Well, maybe the board that's up on the easel is the existing conditions as it exists out there now.
Kind enough to swing that further one just a little bit out, so everybody we all have copies in front of us, but, thank you.
So the board on the right is the one that shows the existing site conditions. There are 3 driveway curb cuts on parallel street, and the one closest to Bank Street would remain there. The middle curb cut would be closed, and the pavement at that location would be removed, and the westernmost curb cut would remain and be improved. The parking lot in the existing condition is there's an upper parking lot that exists between the large building and the smaller building, which is over to the west, and then runs down slope to a parking area that's behind the smaller building. Now, if you go over to the other board that's up, the colored one, for this project, the curb cut on Parallel Street is going to be widened and improved such that it would allow for 2 vehicles passing in and out. And the upper parking lot and the parking lot to the southwest behind the small building are existing. There'll be some minor changes to their grading and configuration. And then there is a parking lot behind the larger building that has an angle in it. That's a new parking lot that would be constructed in order to provide the total required number of parking spaces that are needed for this project. There's 26 units, 39 parking spaces are required, and what's shown on the plan is 41 parking spaces. One of the parking spaces that will be added actually up on Bank Street is a shell driveway that's existed there for a long time, and there is an existing handicap accessible ramp that goes from that shell driveway up to the building, and in that location, and Matt will be speaking probably about the floor plans, the building plans themselves a little bit later, but one of the accessible units in the proposed development is in that front left corner of the building if you were standing on Bank Street. And so we've provided an accessible parking space there. And then there's a second accessible parking space over in the northwest corner of the upper parking lot because there's an accessible unit in the smaller building. We'll be making stormwater drainage system improvements as part of this project. Besides the portion of pavement that's going to be removed from, by closing off that middle curb cut on Parallel Street and removing some pavement in front of the larger building there. Right now, other than that upper parking lot and then the lower parking lot, there are no drainage systems there, and the pavement, the runoff runs down and flows off. Sheet flows off the pavement in back of the small building and ultimately filters through the woods and goes down towards the wetland. What we're proposing to do is, and I think I would have to hop over to, well, actually you can see it in the one that's up on the board. Right where the upper parking lot transitions to the driveway that leads down to the lower parking lot, we're proposing a trench drain to collect the stormwater runoff, and then it would go to a stormwater recharge basin below the parking lot in the upper parking lot. And then the new parking lot will have a stormwater drainage system constructed for that. The catch basin is in the lower right corner of that proposed parking lot, and then just to the northeast of that is where the stormwater recharge basin would be for that. We took great care to keep the project outside of the buffer zone to the conservation, to the wetland. That's that bold line you can see there that arcs just some distance off the parking lot. And so those are the stormwater improvements. The sewage disposal system, because it was an assisted living and nursing home care, that system, sewage disposal system is adequately sized for the proposed 26-unit apartment complex, so there's no changes to the sewage disposal system are proposed. That system is designed to take vehicle loading, so there's no concerns with that. In fact, the parking lot that's behind the small building, half of the septic leaching system is underneath that parking already. And so we would be constructing a parking lot over the other leaching field, but it certainly is capable of handling vehicle loads. And other than that, there are water services to both buildings, electric and cable utility services to both buildings. The larger building is sprinkled now, and so the utilities are adequate for the intended use here as well. And I
Thanks,
think
David.
that's it.
Yeah, and just with regard to your requirement that we provide reasonable measures, to provide for screening of parking areas and other service areas, one of the plans that we've submitted for you to review is a landscape plan prepared by Matt Nelson's firm. It's dated December 6, which shows the planting of 6 new 8-foot arborvitae trees at each corner. At the northwesterly and northeasterly corners, 3 new 6-foot Alberta spruce trees. At the northeasterly corner, 2 clusters of spruce and arborvitae trees flanking the redesigned vehicular entrance, and then there already is natural screening to the south, southwest, and southeast towards the wetlands. So we think that we've provided a good plan for providing screening of the parking and service areas to the property as well.
We'll need to obtain a copy of that. I don't believe we ever
Oh,
got the landscape
Oh, I
plan.
thought we had submitted that, Shirley. We will. We'll submit that. That's essentially our presentation. If you have any questions about the project or about the property itself, we'll try to do the best we can to answer them for you.
Okay. We'll hear from the planning director.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I should have announced your title at the outset.
Actually, it's town planner. Would that I be a director. I aspire.
Maybe they'd pay you more money.
Okay.
CSP one, it's
Relative to comments from other town board, one thing I should say is town staff met several times with the applicant before they even purchased the property to just review and go over what would be required for this development. Health Department requires that a passing Title V inspection be submitted prior to any building permits approved. Fire Chief, no concerns, but he does fully endorse this project. Police and Highway have no concerns. Conservation is proposed, all work is outside the 100-foot buffer zone. Erosion control shall be installed at a 100-foot line to ensure work stays out of the conservation jurisdiction. Permits required if work does enter conservation jurisdiction. Regarding engineering, the town engineer reviewed the plans with myself, and his comments are below. Additionally, he will be reviewing and has reviewed the stormwater report that was submitted and has met with the engineer responsible for doing the stormwater. As noted, these are my comments, as noted, the town engineer and town planner met to review the plans and applications as submitted on December 23rd, 2019. At that time, comments were sent to the applicant. We did review the revised plans on January 9th. Many of the items raised were addressed with the revised plans. The few items that we had questions, concerns about were shared with the applicant's engineer. I'm not going to run through all of those comments because they have been addressed. They had to do with traffic arrows, hydrants, which they did provide a hydrant plan showing hydrants in and around the area. They did provide a utility plan showing where those come in, as well as the gas and cable lines, and they have provided specifications for lighting, curbing, and parking. One thing I do want to clarify, their sheet SP3 really should be entitled a lighting plan. They were going to submit revised plans. I said, please don't kill another tree. If this is approved or what have you, we will mark up the plan accordingly and just remark it lighting plan rather than engineering plan. Again, the town engineer did meet with the applicant's engineer for the purposes of reviewing the stormwater management on the site. In addition to the sections of the zoning code already referenced, there are subsections of section 325.18, items I through L, that I did provide to the board, and they are in my staff report. I won't go into those, but those are other requirements that need to be met. The property has been used as an assisted living facility for many years. Total number of bedrooms within the structure is not increasing, and other than the additional parking being added and the accessible entrance, the exterior of the building is not changing. There's the parking and the lighting. Relief from the Zoning Board of Appeals will be needed for the land area, and we do recommend reasonable conditions, including the following. Erosion control shall be installed and maintained during construction on the 100-foot conservation buffer line to ensure work stays out of the conservation jurisdiction. Permits from conservation shall be required if work will enter conservation jurisdiction. B, a passing Title V inspection be submitted to the Health Department prior to any building permit approval. C, all signage shall comply with the sign code, historic district, and historical commission and the building department requirements. D, all lighting shall comply with the lighting code and historic district and historical commission requirements. E, appropriate relief from the Harwich Zoning Board of Appeals shall be required. F, appropriate approvals from the historic district and historic commission shall be required. G, all drainage and storm water requirements, local, state, and federal, shall be met and approved by the town engineer prior to the commencement of construction operations. H, this decision shall be recorded at the Barnstable County Registry of Deeds. And I, conformance with all review procedure requirements outlined in pursuant to section 400-18G, inspection, certificate of compliance, and as-built plan of the code of the town of Harwich shall be met. Just for the boards, I do have a sign-in sheet. I anticipate we probably will have a lot of comments regarding this application, so if people can sign in before they speak, once it is opened up to the public. That would be appreciated.
Get to that in a minute. When you do get up to speak, please go to the microphone, and the sheet that she's talking about is on that little rostrum there. Okay, go to members of the board. Questions or comments?
I have two questions.
Go ahead.
I don't see anything for a dumpster on the property.
It is there.
It's the driveway that is on Parallel Street, closest to the intersection with Bank Street. That existing driveway is remaining open, and up against the building is a fenced dumpster enclosure
It's
at the
right
building. It's the
there.
service drive. It was the
Yeah.
service drive
Okay.
when the Royal Health Group was there, and it's going to remain that.
This is on the Bank Street side.
No, it's on the Bank Street end of Parallel Street,
I got you.
on the north side of the building, right where Charlene has the,
Right there.
Okay. And the second question I have is there any plans in the future to have a connecting sidewalk to Bank Street? From the curb cut?
there, no plans at the current
Right.
to do that.
I know you have a shelled area out
Right.
on Parallel Street. I didn't know if you were going to turn that into a sidewalk or not.
That was not,
Okay.
in the plan at this time.
If the board thinks that that's appropriate, we can certainly do it.
The question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman, a couple of questions, please. The ramp or little driveway that you mentioned in answer to Bill's question, where the dumpster will be located. Right now, as I recall, that goes off of Parallel Street, but it goes down, so the elevation, the end elevation where it meets the building is below grade of Parallel Street,
Correct.
correct?
Mhm.
And that will remain as is, so the dumpster that's going to be located there will be below grade as well?
Correct. There's a door that goes out of the building at that location to access those dumpsters.
Okay, thank you. And regarding the shell driveway in the front, has there been any, and that's, I see that there's one space indicated there for handicap parking,
Correct.
but the ramp that exists there now is going to be removed according to the plan? Because it looks like the driveway is going to take the space where the ramp
Correct,
currently,
as it's currently shown there.
as it's currently shown. So how is the individual that's gonna park in that handicap space going to get from that grade of the shell driveway up? If it requires a ramp today, how are they gonna get up in the future if their ramp is removed?
That is shown on the proposed site plan, that there is a.
Is that a ramp
accessible
that's
route.
going to go parallel to the building? It's kind of a...
Correct, and it would
up and
switch
direct.
back.
Okay,
Correct.
switchback,
Mhm.
thank you.
Yep.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I should get
Sure.
through. I'm a bit concerned about the number of parking spaces, and I realize that you indicated there's 40, 39 is required according to code, 1.5 per unit. How many of the units have 2 bedrooms or are expected to accommodate 2 persons, 2 individuals?
Matt Nelson, Dunlap Associates.
Got to go to a microphone.
That could be-
Sorry.
Thank you.
Matt is our architect.
Matt Nelson, Dunlap Associates. The breakdown of the apartments, we have 26 apartments in our design. 5 are studio apartments, 14 are 1-bedroom apartments, and 7 are 2-bedroom apartments.
And how many total did you say?
26.
Now, doesn't your application say 24?
No,
No?
This is 26.
that's 26.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
So without me doing the math right now, that would be how many people?
If you assume,
Assume
if you assume 2 persons per bedroom, which I think the health code assumes, that would be 66 persons.
66 persons with 41 parking spaces.
Yes.
Okay. So if I have an apartment there and I have a party on a Friday night, parking's possibly going to be an issue.
it'll probably be the least of your problems, but yes. But yes, like we have to provide parking according to the zoning code, so you're
Understood.
right. Sometimes it's too much, sometimes it's too little, so.
Understood. If I may, back to the shell driveway, kind of a half moon now, comes in off the intersection of Bank and Parallel, and then exits or entrances behind where the new proposed handicap space is going to be onto Bank Street. Is there any, that's kind of a, I don't know what the right word is, but having the shell driveway come out of an intersection, out of a T intersection, Bank and Parallel, you're adding another exit, potential exit and entrance into that property. Has there been any consideration in closing off that entrance exit and just entering and exit behind the handicap space onto Bank Street only, so that?
Not really studied in depth. That shell driveway has existed there.
Right.
I mean, for a very long time, when it was an assisted living facility and obviously very busy. And the feeling was that by orientating the handicap spot the way we did, it would allow an easy pull into that spot and then a back out without backing out towards Bank Street and then pulling out onto Bank Street. So hoping that that was a safe way to design that accessible parking spot. And again, that's existed for a long time.
Correct.
And seems to have been operable then, and we feel it would be now.
Okay.
That type of use does not generate a lot of vehicle trips per day for, a vehicle for one unit, so.
Okay. And the shell driveway will stay a shell driveway, there's no intention to
That was the
pave
intent,
that?
correct.
Is that,
The accessible space has to be hardened in.
okay, you
Yes.
just read my mind, that was my next question, in terms
Correct.
of somebody in a wheelchair trying to make it across a shell driveway to get up the ramp. might be
Correct, no,
difficult.
it will be ADA compliant.
That's all I have for now, Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
thank you.
Anybody else have any? Sure, go ahead.
The small building to the right side on Parallel, what is that being used for, and is that going to have anything to do with the project?
That's the single family, you mean?
Yeah, I don't know what it
Right
is.
there. It's
just
apartments.
Single family house, I think.
Hi, Matt Nelson, Dunlap Associates again. Currently, it's unoccupied, of course, and the intent is to, again, use that accessory building for apartments. We have a breakdown of that was included in the package, the architectural schematic drawings.
It's a single family home, isn't it?
I believe at one time it was, yes.
And your intention is?
Our intention is to use it in the multifamily development. So there would be apartments broken out into that building.
More than one.
Yes, that's correct.
And does that have the parking for that, for those?
It does.
It's a separate piece of
It does.
You know, if you look at
It's all in.
C211, you'll see
That's one, okay, so
you've got parking behind it.
right through there, in a lower area.
Yeah,
Yeah, the walkout does have parking, that's correct. Yeah, we in the layout that we provided, all of the living spaces are over 120 square feet as required by the zoning, and it's 4 apartments,
Four.
yeah, one of which is handicap accessible.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
okay,
Joe, excuse me, Mr.
sure,
Chairman.
go ahead.
As a follow-up to our question, is the, I believe you said there are 2 handicap accessible apartments in the complex. One is near the front of the building on Bank Street, which you described as the parking we were just talking about. And I see that the other handicap spot is close to the building Art was just asking about. Is the other handicap accessible apartment in the complex in that building, or is it in the main?
It is.
That's
in-
where it is.
The second unit is in that separate building.
Okay. And those 2, one in the spec building. Are they currently set up ADA compliant? I don't know what ADA compliant means, lower counter space and all the kind of things.
What was the question?
Are the two existing handicap accessible units currently ADA compliant? And I don't
Please
know
be
what,
kind enough to go to the mic, thanks.
if it requires lower counters and wider doorways and that type of thing. I'm not up on
The
it.
2 units that are currently in the design to be handicap accessible are not currently handicap accessible. We are going to bring them up to code
Okay.
in this project. And, you know, we also have the elevator in the building is handicap accessible. We have a handicap accessible route. And we have the ability to bring other parts, other units up to handicap accessible, full ADA, or the Massachusetts Barriers Board, based on the client's need. But currently, with the 2 apartments as designed, that meets the requirement. And what we like to do is we like to provide provisions so that in the future, additional apartments can be made handicap accessible.
Thank you.
While you're still there, please. Sure. Yeah, my memory accurate, I've been in this building a number of times. There are some already apartments in the building, aren't there?
That's correct, yes.
I think I remember that. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, anybody else on the board? Mary?
Just have one question. Are are you gonna dedicate the parking spaces per the units? Or is it going to be first come, first served on the parking itself?
I'm going to ask Alex, if
Please.
you don't mind to answer that question. Go up to the microphone.
Sorry.
Alex Barden is the owner's representative.
Thank you.
We haven't gotten that far in our design process. In some of the buildings that this company owns, yes, we have dedicated parking. Other, we have first come, first serve. In our experience, we let it work out and then we manage as needed. And we'd be willing to do that here as well.
So you haven't made a decision one way or the other about that?
We haven't said one per one bedroom. We haven't labeled them out. We're at the bare bones stage of, we're putting enough together for the boards. We're not functionally running the units yet.
Do I understand your question correctly, that your question is whether or not they're gonna number them?
Correct, and whether they'd be dedicated
if
to
we
the
decide.
individual units.
If you deem that it's better that way, we're not opposed to it. We just haven't gotten there yet.
The only other question or I guess comment I'd have is if you do end up in a point where you're adding accessible units, then I would assume, Charlene, that the number of accessible parking spaces would change based on the number of accessible units in the facility, or no?
That's a very good question. I can't answer that.
Yes.
I would
It would.
assume, yes.
that
Keeping in mind, not everyone who is in need of an
Understood.
accessible unit necessarily needs an accessible parking space.
Understood.
So,
But I just didn't know how the calculations were worked out, if it was based on the number of
it's based on the number of units
total
total.
units and not accessible units.
Right, right.
Okay.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
They would have to come back and reapply for the extra.
Dave, Charlene, do you know if the requirement for accessible units and spaces are in compliance with both the Fair Housing Act and the building code?
We believe that they are.
I believe that they are.
We've designed to those standards.
And the number of parking spaces provided are what's required for the total number of parking spaces
Right.
that are in the parking lot.
By the way, I probably should have said this earlier. The voice that you're hearing is actually in Florida, but he has, by permission from the Board of Selectmen, been authorized to participate in our meetings using this system. Okay, anybody else?
So back to my question,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
they would have to go back to
If
us
they
for-
need to change the parking
Right.
or add parking,
Or
it
add.
would have to come back to this board.
Or add accessible housing, additional accessible.
Not necessarily. I mean, the total number of units has to remain the same. If 26 units are granted, made up of this configuration, I mean, if they change a two-bedroom to a one-bedroom,
No, I understand that.
that doesn't matter, but they can't go from a one-bedroom to a two-bedroom. They can't increase the number of bedrooms, they can't increase the number of total units. Whether they change a unit to an accessible unit or not would have no bearing on this board. What would have a bearing is if there was a change in the parking layout, an increase, if they redo the parking a little bit and realize, well, you know, this is not the best place for this handicap parking space, we're gonna move it here and make that other one a regular parking space. I think that's okay, as long as they have the total number of parking that is needed. And they do have the extras in the plan, the 41, so they do have some flexibility there. They're only required to have 39 based on the use.
If I might, you know, your code provides that expansion or reconfiguration of an existing parking lot in connection with a commercial or mixed use requires site plan review. So what I believe would happen is if the applicant were to want to, for example, change the parking, rededicate a space, for example, to accessibility or restripe it in some way, I think we would go to the building commissioner, the zoning commissioner, determine whether it requires review by this board under site plan review, and we would come back if necessary.
I would agree with that.
Anybody else on the board, any questions or comments? Anybody in the audience who wishes to be heard? Go ahead, just tell us who you are and... Yeah, and make sure you sign in, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, the board. My name is Bruce Young. I'm the fire inspector in town. I do have a couple of concerns about that dumpster location. It's in the lowest part of the property, up against the basement door. I don't want to bore you with fire spread and all that, but if we get a dumpster fire there, it's going to go right into that basement. It's the balloon frame part of that building. Plaster and lath, it's going to go right up the walls, right to the roof. If they can find a different place to put that, that would be great. It's not the... Also, for the neighbors, I don't think it's a good place for that truck to come down into that lower part of that driveway and then try to back out onto Parallel Street as well. It's right at that intersection of Bank and Parallel. Just for your consideration.
I see.
When I was a kid growing up here in town too, this building was used for workforce housing, for the Snow Inn. And I don't really have any issue with that handicap parking. It's been used there in the beginning as well, for when it was the Royal. We don't have, the department doesn't have to do with any of that at all. And my other question is there any, where there is workforce housing, is there any sheds or anything like that for people to store any of their tools, equipment? Is it just going to be left outside? These apartments aren't very big for to store stuff like that. Is there any?
I'm not sure they represented this to be workforce housing. I think they represented it to be senior housing, didn't you?
No.
We did not. No, this is straight rental housing. So
Could be.
it'll be rented out as
To
market
whoever.
rate
I
units. So,
understand. Okay.
so my own feeling is it will end up being to some extent workforce housing
Okay,
year round. Yeah.
okay. You still had a question?
No, that's it, I'm done. I was just wondering if there was gonna be any type of, for the neighbors, so that they don't have to see any of their personal belongings outside, that's all.
Okay,
Thank you.
I can address that question. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
go ahead.
With the regulations,
Board.
the regulations will prohibit storing of items outside the building, you know, the lease regulations, and then the tenants will be provided with storage areas in the basement that's dedicated for the units.
Okay. Yes?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Before the fire marshal leaves or sits down, the concern about the dumpster that was expressed, is there something, Bruce, in the code that prevents it? Or are you just suggesting that's not best practice? And if there's nothing in the code and it's just best practice, can we make it a condition of our approval?
There's nothing in the code that says that dumpster can't go there. I'm just looking at 66 people putting trash into a dumpster up against the building. It's probably not the best site for that.
Right.
Do you have a suggestion as to where on the,
I would try and put that out towards the back of the property. That way the trash truck can get into the back and not backing out onto Parallel Street. There's also a inn across the street. I'm sure they want to be listening to the backup alarm of that dumpster, of that truck.
thank you.
So the second half of my question then, is that something that we could make as a condition?
I believe it is.
Okay.
Yes, I believe it is. That we could direct that as part of our decision.
We could look at another site.
Fine?
We could look at another site for that, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think Mary had a
That
follow-up.
was gonna be my,
Yeah.
my question was, presumably the engineers are gonna have to rework some things on the plan in order to fit it in someplace else.
Sure. Yeah, I agree. Identify yourself, sir, please, and
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm attorney David Reed, and I represent the abutters David Plunkett and Gregory Winston of 109 Parallel Street. They are the direct westerly residential abutter. Let me begin by saying that as attempting to review a project like this can be challenging when you have multiple overlapping zones, each of which have different requirements. I'm sure that's difficult from the applicants and the planner's point of view as well. So pardon me if I jump around between the different districts, because they do have different requirements, even though they're all in play at the same time. I do have one, I guess, quarrel with the site plan, which is page C 2.1.1, that shows a zoning compliance chart, for lack of a better term, showing what would appear to be substantial compliance.
I'm sorry, which one of these plans?
C 2.1.1.
Thank you, go ahead.
It shows the setbacks and all the dimensional requirements for the overlay district, but frankly, the overlay district setbacks only come into play if you just choose to grant a special permit to them. The underlying setback requirements are still the MRL zone, which requires 50 feet of setback, front, side, and rear for buildings. And it doesn't comply with any of those. Now, I grant you that those are all existing, but I think in order to be candid with the board should also understand that there are substantial existing nonconformities that exist and will continue to exist if you allow this change. But unlike the building setbacks, as I read the overlay district and the MRL district and the parking lot regulations set forth in 325-42L, the overlay district does not override the parking dimensional requirements that are otherwise applicable to a site like this. And if I'm reading that correctly, parking spaces are still supposed to be 50 feet setback from front, side, and rear lot lines, and they're not. They're set back only 12 feet in that new one in the front and 10 feet on the sides. The southeasterly side of the parking space isn't labeled in the plan that I've reviewed, but it's clearly less than 50 feet. So I'm not clear why that is not addressed in the application or in the presentation and asking for relief from you. It seems to me it ought to be. The more difficult question, I guess, well, let me skip to one other item that I heard mentioned at the beginning that I was not aware of. I have not seen the landscape plan that was referred to. I'm not sure if that was filed with you or not.
No, we haven't either.
You have not?
No.
Because there are requirements in 325-43 that for a parking lot of this size, that there be vegetated or fencing screening, particularly from the residential abutter to the west, which is my clients, that there be plantings and trees spaced within the parking areas for spaces, for areas of more than 5 parking spaces, and that at least 10% of the interior area of the parking spaces be landscaped and be vegetated and not be paved or shell or stone. Not having seen that plan, it did not appear to me from the site plan that any of those requirements were met. That certainly ought to be part of your site plan review process. I think the more difficult issue for you tonight are the special permits for the use, the proposal to conduct a multifamily use in the MRL zone and in the Harwich Center Overlay District. The applicant seems to be suggesting to you that the prior use and the proposed use are sufficiently similar and comparable so that you can assume that the new use will remain compatible with the neighborhood. My clients happen to be the former owners and developers of the assisted living facility that used to be, well, that is still there, but used to be theirs, and they strongly disagree with that assumption. The assisted living facility had 26 bedrooms for elderly people, people who do not have cars in most cases, who do not come and go to work or school during the day, who don't run back and forth to the post office and the dump and the supermarket throughout the day, who don't have children doing any of these things as well. And to substitute for 26 elderly people who need assistance just to survive with 33 multifamily bedrooms, which is, if I heard earlier, has the capacity, at least in theory, for up to 66 people. That's a world of difference between 26 senior citizens and up to 66 year-round residents. Those are not the same in terms of magnitude or the type of use. By the way, so one of you asked about 111 Parallel Street, which is the small building to the right as you face it from Parallel. My understanding from my clients is that that building was never before a residence. It was a garage, it was a daycare center, it was at one time, I think, an antique shop. But it has not been and is not currently a residence, at least it was not during their ownership. It is now.
Excuse me, are you talking about the piece of property on the front of your clients? It's like two stores?
As you face this site from Parallel, the small building to the right, which is now proposed to be part of this use, was not previously a residence. It was an accessory building that went along with the assisted living facility, but it was never a residence or a place for the assisted living people to live either. It's now being converted to a residence for the first time. Traffic, started talking a minute ago about the volume of people in the cars that are likely to be present and generated by this use. I understand that traffic is already an issue at this intersection and on Parallel Street in particular, because it has become, for the police and fire department and residents who know better, a way to avoid going through Main Street in Harwich Center. And they come directly from the public safety centers and go down Parallel Street and out to Bank Street and on their way. To add this volume of additional traffic is something that you ought to look at carefully and consider its impact on the residents in the area as well as the safety vehicles that are using this route. When you get to the special permits for the use, for the multifamily use, the two criteria that I would like to address that have not yet been expressly addressed are in section 325-51, and they require that you find, in order to grant the special permit, that the use will not adversely affect the neighborhood and that the site is appropriate for the proposed use. As Mr. Zender indicated, in the MRL zone, any multifamily use requires a minimum of 10 acres of area for the lot. And any multifamily use that's allowed cannot have a greater density than 8 bedrooms per acre. This site is only 1.89 acres, less than 2 acres, less than 1/5 of the minimum requirement under the bylaw. And the proposal for 33 bedrooms on that 1.89 acres will equate to 18 bedrooms per acre, more than double the maximum allowed in the MRL zone. Now, I grant you that, as again, Mr. Zender said, you're not the one being asked to grant variances from those requirements. But you are being asked to determine whether this site is appropriate for this use. That's not an intellectual discussion you should have among yourselves in the abstract or in a vacuum, but whether this particular proposed use is appropriate for this particular site. A site that is less than 20% of the minimum required and proposed bedroom density of more than double the maximum allowed is simply not suited for what they're asking you to do. You cannot consider the appropriateness of a site without considering the limitations of the site and what they propose to do. So on balance, we believe and suggest and hope that you will find that this is not an appropriate site for this proposed use, that it does not qualify for the use special permits, and that the site plan review should not be allowed because it does not comply with several of the important requirements that you have to protect the neighbors and the neighborhood. And so we would ask you not to act favorably on this application.
Can I just ask you one question, sir?
Absolutely.
Your client owns the property right across Parallel Street.
Correct.
How many units in that property?
I don't know. 50.
Excuse me?
15,
And they're all one-bedrooms?
yes. Yes, it's a guest house. They are not year-round apartments. They are not residences. They're guest rooms.
Thank you. Anybody else in the public who wishes to be heard?
Carla's coming up.
I see him.
Oops.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. Carla Burke, 200 Bank Street. I just have some concerns about the congestion of traffic in that area. I walk up Bank Street to work. I work at the library, and I cross Parallel Street, coming up the sidewalk in front of the Royal, cross Parallel to get over to the library. I noticed that in the staff report, section 2 of the staff report, it listed, I think it was the 8th condition there, no nuisance or serious hazard to vehicles or pedestrians. And I'd like to know how that condition is being met, because it's my understanding that this was not studied by the Traffic Study Committee in town, and that there's been no actual plan or identification of how this project would impact the Parallel Street or Bank Street, and in particular that intersection. And I'm just wondering, you know, are there any traffic calming measures that are going to be made? And I think that's something that needs to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wishes to be heard?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Art Bowden, Harwich Housing Committee Chairman. This is a great, I believe this is a great project. Now, we've heard a lot of
I know who you are, but you need to tell us where you live and so.
800 Orleans Road, which is Route 39, across from Chatham Road, where just recently we had a death right next to my house. Okay. And the cross is still there. We've heard a lot of things about traffic. Every time we try to do something, we hear traffic. And most is rightfully so. We should address the issue, traffic. I like the issue about the dumpster. I think that was a good call on the fire department's call here. But I haven't heard anything about people. What are we doing for people? We're worrying about this, we're worrying about that. We need more apartments, not only in Harwich, but all up and down Cape Cod, all the way across Massachusetts, everywhere. We need places for people to live. Not only affordable housing, we need, market rate housing. We're trying to revive the Harwich Center, and what better way to revive Harwich Center is to bring some people to the center. We're not going to revive it if we don't have any people in the center. I'm sorry. But this is a great opportunity. I don't think there's any issues that have been brought up that can't be worked out. It sounds like the developer here is willing to work with everybody, and I think we ought to give him a chance to do that. But let's think about the people that we're servicing here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bowden. Anybody else who wishes to be heard?
Hi, Judith Underwood, 220 Sisson Road in Harwich Center. And I'm also one of the trustees on the Affordable Harwich Trust. And I just want to echo what Art said about we need more housing stock, and this gives an opportunity, especially for young people, young professionals here on Cape Cod, to actually have a place to live. And this is huge, you guys. I mean, this is really huge. My kids are still teens. I know that they probably wouldn't be able to buy a house, but people in their 20s and 30s, they can't even find apartments to rent. And they want to stay on Cape Cod. They want to continue working here. And our generation, we're okay. Well, we're not all okay, but it's a good project. It's a good location. The traffic, I think, you know, there's bad traffic for 3 months out of the year anyway. And this makes Harwich Center so much more walkable. I know when my grandparents moved here in the early 60s, it was because of the Exchange Building. And Harwich Center was very vibrant. And this is a great opportunity to make it vibrant again. I think you should support this. And I think the seniors that lived in that building loved being in Harwich Center, and they may not have moved around a lot. And the building that the attorney spoke of, that was the small house that was next to the main building, I think that was used as kind of a community center. No? What was it used? Sorry? An elder day center. I'm sorry. I meant a community center for the residents. But that would also make great housing. I think it's a huge opportunity. It's a great opportunity. You're having, yeah, especially for the young professionals, right? Yeah. So I would support this.
You're an elected public official. You should at least put that on the record.
I did. Oh, I'm also a water commissioner, sorry.
Thank you.
And I'm a member of the Housing Authority, which is a state agency, but I am a water commissioner too. It's a good use, yeah, sorry.
That's all right. No, just that,
And the Affordable Housing Trust, I'm appointed, so.
okay.
Yeah.
And am I correct that you reside not too far from?
I reside not too far, halfway between Harwich Center and the Cultural Center. Yeah,
Glad I
so I walk that area all the time. Yeah, it's, think about how many people use the library. Think about the little restaurants on Main Street, right? It's a great, Harwich Center should be much more vibrant. People used to walk around there. Okay, the post office is gone, but it's a really good opportunity to bring commerce back into Harwich Center, I think. People on foot, what an idea. All right.
Thank you very much, Judith.
Thank you.
I think the librarian. Did the librarian want to speak?
I think the gentleman in the plaid wants to,
Oh.
too.
Yeah, I asked him to, but he didn't seem to want to.
Good evening. I'm Ginny Hewitt. I'm the library director, and I wanted to say that when I first heard about this project, I thought, whoa, that's pretty high density. It surprised me. And I also was concerned about the number of parking spaces. However, as I've looked into it, there great information in the packets, by the way, you know, for the last meeting and this meeting. I didn't think that information was all there. I was able to look at all the plans and then look up the zoning and see that it meets the zoning requirements for parking. And also for the size of the rooms in the units, it meets that. Like, I can't quite conceive of looking at the building, to have 26 units fitting in there and the accessory building, but they showed it all laid out, and it meets all the requirements. So I think that's great. While what was I going to say? I might wish for a few less units, but I understand that they don't have to comply with that. I think that it's great that it meets all of this. So that ends my comments as the library director. Because I was concerned, may I say, about parking. As you know, or you may know, often we don't have sufficient parking for the library when we're open, and in the summer, our staff members park off-site so that we can leave space in our parking lot. Sorry, Town Hall, but we take some of the spaces here. So that concerned me. With apartments, I'm not so concerned that these are people, like if they're out working during the day, that they want to use the parking lot after library hours, that should be fine. So that ends my comments as a library director. I'm also a resident of Harwich Center at 787 Main Street, just a few blocks down the street. And in the past year, I've been served on the Harwich Center Initiative Committee that was looking at revitalizing Harwich Center. And I fully support this proposal. One of the key components in revitalizing a village center is density. And the other huge need in town is for rental housing. It's a priority in the town's housing production plan. And this is not affordable housing, but it's market rate housing, and there's a huge need for that. We're looking to try to create a walkable village center, and I think this would help do that. It's also a historic building. From what I remember when I looked it up, the inn was moved to that site in 1913, and it's been an inn pretty much always, and then assisted living. So it's never been a single-family home or large units in there. I understand that for zoning purposes, there may be a difference between assisted living and an inn and apartments, but to the layperson, it seems like a very consistent use to me. It's a similar purpose. I know that at one point there was a therapist working in that accessory building, an addiction counselor. I don't know how long they were there. I just know that they were there at one point. And so that would have involved a lot of turnover of vehicles every hour as they saw different clients. So I think in some, there's a lot of exciting things happening in Harwich Center. I see that the new market, construction started on that this week. And those proponents were very good. Once they knew what was appropriate for Harwich Center with the buildings closer to the street, they complied with that. They took a rendering that the Cape Cod Commission had done in 2009 of the streetscape, and they mirrored that. So that's going to be an awesome development to get rid of that gas station. The new Seal Pub and Cafe seems like a very welcome addition, and I consider this to be a very welcome addition also, another step in helping to revitalize the center. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Sir, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to not recognize you initially.
No problem. Good evening, Board. Mr. Chairman, I'm in a butter to this property, number one.
Can you just give us your name and address, please?
My name is Alan Worsel, and I live at 2 Englewood Drive. I'm a butter to this property, and I'm totally against this. And I'm against it for much of the same reasons that the attorney has just spoken here about today. And probably the most important decision you have in front of you, Mr. Chairman and board members, is that just as these folks have used the bed and breakfast and nursing home routine to state that the neighborhood would not change, if you approve this program, you are going to set a precedent across Cape Cod for properties being developed on the postage stamp. This property is only not even 2 acres. And 25% of the property is wetlands. In terms of the parking that you're suggesting, in the summer, when people come up here and they want their relatives and alike to come here, you're already faced with a problem with the current tenants, maybe not having sufficient parking. What would you think of parents, relatives, grandparents coming in here? And you haven't even addressed the issue of children. And there'll be children if you're bringing 2-bedroom apartments, unless the applicant's going to say that there's no children allowed, no dogs allowed. And this is so much different than the jurisdiction that you were facing earlier with a nursing home who operated under entirely different program and laws that had to be met. And you challenged one of the people here with they have a bed and breakfast. They operate under a much different program than what you have here with apartments. And with these apartments, the township, once it's sold or once it's approved to the applicant, you have one tax bill. But for instance, and I don't propose this either, but if those apartments were condos, you would have a situation where you'll have umpteen different tax bills, and you would divide it out and have more tax revenue for the people of Harwich. Now, I've come here for 2.5 years, and I've enjoyed my stay. And this township has been wonderful. But you are about ready to embark and changing the whole dynamic of this place, because you're going to have other applicants come to develop other properties like 265 Sisson Avenue, like Chloe's Path near the fire department, and they're all wanting to build on property that is not large enough to accommodate what's being so-called workable. And so you are right now, tonight, and probably in the near future, you could change the whole dimension of this town. And I hope that you understand, because I was listening, some of the folks were not even understanding that that side property that was built, they were not even understanding that that was part of the property. That tells me that the planning board is kind of like, hey, look, this is something that's very, very serious, and you're about ready to lay down a precedent like you've never seen before. And you have a density population. When it was coming here during the summer months, I saw a nursing home atmosphere with maybe how many people? 25 people, 30 people combined, not going anywhere, as this attorney has said. When you come in here in the summer, you're going to have apartments and you're going to have more than 25 people. The density would have to increase to nearly double. And the idea of the road being at Parallel and Bank and children playing with no fences, you have one fence in that entire property right now. And people are suggesting that these properties are going to be giving to professionals and teachers. Once this is signed over to the apartment applicant, they have no jurisdiction as to who's going to live in those places. And let me explain to you one thing further. Once the tenants arrive, these people are under tenants' rights. You'll lose total control of this property, and probably properties in the future that are oriented towards apartments and confined places like this. I cannot for the life of me understand how this planning board would approve, and the zoning board would approve a project like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Did you bring a pillow?
Good evening, Board. My name is Greg Winston. I have to, excuse me, introduce myself under two different platforms. I'm in a butter. My partner David and myself own the property Winstead Inn and Beach Resort, which is on the north side of Parallel Street, and we just purchased a historic barn at 338 Bank Street, which we intend to bring into our little business. I also speak as previous owner of 328 Bank Street. My partner David and I ran that as the Winstead Retirement Center. I bought it from Snowman for $80,000, I think it was. No, it was $20,000. I bought it from Snowman. Anyway, to make a long story short, in 1981 I opened the Winstead Retirement Center, and we had 12 guests. And in 1986 we added the wing, and we had, I think, 32 guests. We were not allowed to have kitchens because of the density in the area at the time. There was a big development going in over on Forest Street. We now know it as Country Meadow, but when we were adding on to our retirement center back in 1981, the big company, the Bradgate Company from off Cape, came in and put a hold on us so that we couldn't have any kitchens in our, we had some of our units, 4 of the units in that building were units that had a kitchen, but we weren't allowed to officially have a kitchen, so there couldn't be any food preparation like an oven or anything like that. You could have a refrigerator. It could be a wet bar. So we had 32 people, and we had 2 kitchens on that property. You're telling me that you're going to let these people have 33 apartments times 2, 66 people. I mean, the density is absolutely insane. That means 33 kitchens. We had 2. I mean, there's 1 there now, maybe 2. I mean, this is just, it's not, I mean, these ladies get up here and you're presenting something to the town that this is all charming and going to be beautiful. It is way too much density, way too much density. My attorney has already referred to the size of the lot versus what's required. Okay, so I won't go over that again, it's 1.8. at 1.89, and what's required is 10 contiguous acres for what they're asking for. But you have to understand, on the other hand, this is a for-profit operation. This is not something that's being done to make the town look pretty. When you think about the number of people that are going to be put into those units, packed in like sardines, not enough parking spaces, no way, but certainly not enough green space at all. I mean, this is just a very bad idea, in my opinion, a very bad idea. And I'm totally against it. But I mean, I would have put on another hat, take that old hat off, and tell you more about what I do. So I spent 32 years on the Harwich Historic District Commission. So I had deep concern for the history. I actually sat down with Bob Doan, and we actually adopted the first guidelines. And I worked with the planning board back in the day, and we designed the Howard Center overlay. So I know a lot about the village and how it's laid out. I also know a lot about housing, because I gave up that job thinking I was never going to get anything in the center where that gas station was, and so forth and so on. But I worked it for a long time and got a lot out of it, and I appreciated the people I worked with. But I went on to take over another job, and now I'm chairman of the board and president of Mid-Cape Church Homes. Mid-Cape Church Homes is the largest provider of affordable housing for the elderly and the handicapped in the town of Harwich. We own the properties at Pine Oaks Villages 1, 2, and 3. We're in the process now of developing Pine Oaks 4. We've already signed the contract with the developer. We have our eyes on 2 pieces of land, and we're going to be developing housing that's affordable, and going to be housing for the elderly. It's going to be housing for the workforce and handicapped as well. And we already looked at this property prior to the gentleman that bought it. We looked at this piece of real estate, my organization, Mid-Cape Church Homes, as sort of a possible stopgap between our Pine Oaks 4 and our Pine Oaks Villages 1 and 2 and 3, which have such waiting lines. So we thought we'd investigate this piece of real estate and see if this would work for us for housing for the elderly in a smaller number. And I had an engineer come down from my management company out of Norwood.
Appreciate it if you'd stay with.
The bottom line is, we were advised that the property there's not anywhere near enough land. The use that you're proposing, or these people are proposing, is way too dense, way too dense. We are providing housing. I think that the housing that Mid-Cape Church Homes is going to be providing is going to be quality housing with its own infrastructure, and it's going to have the space that's required. These people are going to be packed in like sardines, and there's no place for a lawnmower, there's no place for a toy for a child, there's no place for anything. It's not going to be the pretty little village that you envision. It really isn't.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. Anybody else who wishes to be heard?
Good evening, Brendan Lowney, 25 Pleasant Lake Ave and 68 Parallel Street. I'm also on the Historic Commission and the Affordable Housing Trust, but I'm here tonight as a resident and an advocate for housing. I just want to share a stat with you. This is done by the Cape Cod Commission back in April of last year. And single-family homes across the country, about 63% take up that. The rest is multiple families or commercial. When you get to Massachusetts, it's 52%. When you get to Cape Cod, single-family homes is 80%. When you get to Harwich, it's 88%. So I believe there is a need for multiple use or density, you know, whether this is the property or something else. I just want you to keep that in consideration moving forward with everything that comes in front of you.
So am I correct in understanding you're in favor?
I am in favor of all housing, and I think I'll leave it to you to decide the density factor on this property.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes to be heard? Yes, sir.
Hi, David Plunkett, the Winstead Inn Beach Resort, and also 109 Parallel, so we're abutters on 2 sides. I just wanted to say that you had mentioned about the parking, and that parking diagram over there does not have the required green space, so we don't know what the parking's going to look like. And we just don't, I don't see how you can go ahead and approve this without us seeing and knowing what that's going to look like. And 39 spaces for 26 bedrooms with, 26 units with 33 bedrooms is just inadequate. You're not gonna you're gonna have no guest spaces, and it's just, the density is too great. That's just what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Anybody else who wishes to be heard? I have no problem with this lady speaking a second time. I just want to make sure that there's nobody else. Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, I just want to say, again, Carla Burke, 200 Bank Street. I don't have a problem with the housing. I do have a problem with the density. But I spoke to Charlene today about that Section 2 requirement of no nuisance or serious hazard to vehicles or pedestrians. And she mentioned that that was something that the applicant had to, I'm not sure the word that you used, Charlene. Demonstrate. So before I leave today, I'd just like to hear from the applicant to know how that is going to be demonstrated. And, you know, I felt like I didn't get an answer to that when I spoke earlier. Is that something that has been demonstrated to the town or will be before this determination for the project has been made?
Thank you, ma'am. Do you want to respond to that, sir?
I would. I'm always a little mystified at having to prove a negative in front of a board. It's very difficult, but as the board has already observed, and through the records, there already is septic 43-bedroom capacity. It was an assisted living facility that had residents, staff, deliveries, health professionals, other professionals, visitors. I mean, it's a different use for the parking. And when we compare, for example, lodging, as some of the abutters have, people come in on a nightly basis, they're trying to find the place, they're coming and going. It's a different use. Apartments, people tend to know where they're going for the most part. They tend to leave on a fairly regular schedule and come back, especially these smaller units. So we believe that with the existing structure staying in place, the number of bedrooms being reduced, and the use moving what I would call sideways from an assisted living use to an apartment use, a rental apartment use, it's going to be different. We don't believe that number of spaces, 39 spaces, coming and going, people coming and going on a daily basis are going to significantly affect traffic. Of course, we could do a traffic study if the board wants. I have my own opinion about traffic studies. I think that your members in front of these, you know more about the traffic patterns on that street than any traffic expert will know. They'll come in, they'll give you trip counts, they'll look at the driveways, they'll tell you about sight lines, but I don't think they'll tell you anything that will change your opinion of whether or not this property poses a nuisance or a hazard to the community. There's not a significant change in the project, in the property. Last thing I'd like to say is I think the people behind me have very eloquently told you many different perspectives on the project, but as I wrote down who was speaking, there's really two things happening. There are the people in the immediate neighborhood that have concerns about density and traffic and children and things like that, and then there's the community generally, which has a concern about housing and utilization of the property, I'm sure is a concern to this board. If this is approved and these are occupied, you're talking about 26 units of residents of this town that will live in this town and stay in this town and work, hopefully, in the immediate areas, around these towns. It will be built with no taxpayer money. It will increase the tax base of this town. These people will pay income taxes. They will contribute to the community. So I think it's overall, it's not a nuisance to the community to have the housing. And finally, as a board, you're not here to protect the neighbors. You're here to determine whether or not the project as a whole meets the needs of your community and is going to be a nuisance or a danger or a hazard and meets the requirements for site circulation and traffic and site design for your community, understanding that neighborhood. The abutters, they have the right of appeal and they can protect their own legal interests in this. And so, finally, the last thing I'd like to say is, Dave did the calculations. Based on that number of 8 units per acre, we could put in 15 units at 3 bedrooms each. That's 45 bedrooms. Now we're limited to 43 by Title V. So we believe that 15 3-bedroom units is probably a more intense use of the property. It doesn't provide the diversity of housing stock that would be necessary. It probably would mean more children, coming in with 3-bedroom units. Families would be more likely to have those. It would be less likely to be used for elder housing, less likely to be used for single housing, probably workforce housing. We don't know, whether they have families or not. But I haven't even gone into 40B yet. I mean, and I didn't want to, but, you know, that's always an option. And when you do that, density limitations come off the table. So we think, and knowing Matt Newman, who's the principal of this, the way he's developed properties off Cape, these will be well-constructed, well-managed, well-maintained, they'll stay in his portfolio, and people will be able to come in and sign a lease and rent an apartment in Harwich that they really wouldn't be able to do. The work of Mid-Cape Church Homes, they do great work. I know their work. They do wonderful work for the disabled and the elderly. I think this type of project complements that type of housing availability in the town. So I don't think that they necessarily detract from each other. I think they would complement each other very well. And I'll let it sit right there, Mr. Chairman. You've heard from
Is it
everybody.
my understanding that you're gonna submit a new one of these?
Depending on how the board approaches this tonight, I think what I would ask the board to do, I don't think you need to hear any more information about the project. I think we would like to submit a plan showing a new location for the dumpster away from the building. I'd rather not wait a month to do that. I mean, if the board could condition, you know, a dumpster location.
I don't know how the board feels. My sense is I don't wanna vote on it till I see everything.
You also do need, we do not have the landscaping plan.
Right.
So that needs to be.
That's listed in the town planner's report as one of the submissions.
I can't find it.
I certainly don't have one. Go ahead.
The landscape plan submitted was at the previous meeting on the 14th, I think. Is that not part of the submission in the total?
It is part, I believed it was part of the submissions, and it's outlined in the town planner's report on page 2. That's the first item, sheet SP1 landscape plan dated 12/6. So we're certainly willing to submit them if we didn't, but.
Excuse
And I
me, can
think
I just, I want to, can I just say, because I want to sit down, I just.
Sorry, ma'am.
Excuse me.
You're not recognized, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, anybody else? Yes.
I personally would prefer to hold off on voting until we find out whether you get your variance.
Fair enough.
You know, because the variance kind of decides whether or not we, you know.
We understand.
We make any sense going forward on the multiple special permits. So, that's my preference, but
And that's your
My-
board that they're gonna come to.
no, zoning board of appeals.
Oh, okay, all right.
You would also have to come to historic, because you are in the historic district as well, correct?
It depends, I think it depends on the nature of the change to the building for the, that entryway on one side may require that we come before you. We understand if the board wants to continue.
Ms. Greenhalgh, what would we use for a date, please?
That's entirely up to the applicant as to whether when they can get plans back to me. If it's continued to the 11th of February, I would need plans by no later than Monday. Otherwise, it would be February 25th.
All right, what's the feeling of the board? Oh, we'll listen to them, of course. Sure. Ma'am, what's her name?
Carla Burke.
Oh, excuse me.
Ms. Burke, did you have something else you wanted to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask if it is going to be continued, that perhaps the board or Charlene could perhaps ask the Traffic Safety Committee to just take a look at that, how it would impact the intersection of Parallel and Bank. That's my only concern. I'm not against housing. I think it's a great idea to have rental apartments, but I am just concerned about maybe there's some traffic calming ways, narrowing that intersection, maybe a crosswalk, something that would help those of us who, pedestrians that use that. I'm just concerned about the safety issue. So
Thank you
maybe
very-
the traffic safety could look at that.
Thank you very much.
They
Thank
do
you.
not meet regularly.
I know,
So
my son's on it.
Yeah, so I don't know when they would even be able to gather to be able to meet on this. Several of the comments that were brought up by Ms. Burke, regardless of this, this development, I think are something that need to be looked at anyway. So if there is now a crosswalk policy for the town, and a traffic calming policy for the town. So if those are things that she as an individual or the neighbors would like to, you know, fill out that application and submit it to the Traffic Study Committee, through that process, it actually, I think, goes to the DPW director. You know, that's something that they can look at.
Well, I think there's enough open situations involved here to put the matter over for another day.
We would ask.
I'm not suggesting that it not be continued. I think it needs to.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, it is listed that we got the landscape plan. I can't find it.
We'll submit.
So
So-
I don't know what happened to it.
Mr. Chairman, we would request a continuance to your February 11 meeting.
Okay?
And we intend to submit a new site plan showing a new dumpster location, as well as resubmit submit the landscape plans for the board.
Can I get
By
a
Monday.
motion?
Yep.
So I move that we continue the public hearing for PB 2019-45 Royal Apartments LLC as owner Alex Barden representative until the meeting of the planning board on February 11th, 2020, no earlier than 6:30 PM.
Second.
All in favor? Oh, I need to do a roll call. I'm
Yes, you do,
sorry.
sir.
Can I hear from you down there?
David Harris, aye.
Joe McMullen, aye.
Mary Maslowski, aye.
Alan Peterson, aye.
Craig Chadwick, aye.
Matters continued to February 11th.
Thank you all for your
To
time.
then.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thanks, gentlemen.
Mr. Chairman, can I step forward for just a second?
Not really.
No, I'm sorry.
Just wanted to show you a Newman property that's in Bourne. This is the way a property should look like. It's
Yep.
totally,
Thank you.
He can submit it to the board
Yeah.
for the next meeting, but not now.
People need to know that we have way more meetings.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman,
Sir.
can we take a quick recess while they're moving around?
Yeah, sure.
Good.
Matters in recess,
Or,
7 minutes.
there you go. So we can look at the clock.
They need to get closer to the microphone. We'll try and make sure people do that, David. You're welcome.
Okay, next.
Wait, no, we're missing Craig.
Yeah, Craig's not back yet.
Oh.
And it's too early.
Okay.
He said 7 minutes, you gotta wait till 8:09.
He just dipped it in. He'll be close, yeah.
Okay, next matter is, wait a minute. My timekeeper is telling me I have to wait a minute.
Should have only said 5 minutes.
I know. I don't know.
No, it's only 8:06,
Yeah,
there's 3
close enough.
minutes.
Okay, the next matter is a PB 2019-46, Green Skies Renewable Energy as applicant, All Points Technology Corporation, PC, as representative. Seek approval of a site plan review special permit pursuant to the Code of the Town of Harwich, 325-55, in conjunction with 325 Article 23, to establish a large-scale photovoltaic array at Cranberry Valley Golf Course owned by the Town of Harwich. Proposal consists of both a ground-mounted array and a rooftop array on the Cart Barn building. The proposed property is located at 183 Oak Street, map 61, parcel H1, in the RR and WR zoning district. This is a matter that has been continued from the January 14th, 2020 hearing. We'll hear from Green Sky or their representative.
And for the board's information, we have received the receipts showing that they have done the mailings.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Board, Bradley Parsons with All Points Technology Corporation, licensed professional engineer within the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I'm here on behalf of Green Skies, the applicant for this project. As stated, we're here for a special permit application and site plan review for the construction of a ground-mounted solar voltaic array at the Cranberry Valley Golf Course, 183 Oak Street. The parcel itself, well, actually, before I get into that, Mr. Chairman, there were a few waivers that we had requested as part of this application, so I just wanted to get those on record as well. The first waiver is from Chapter 400, Article 3, Special Permits, including site plans, Section 400-16B. We intend to follow the requirements of Chapter 325, Article 23, which is the large scale ground-mounted solar or ground-mounted photovoltaic solar arrays, Section 325-140, large scale solar review. Number one. Number two is a waiver from Chapter 325, Article 23, large scale ground-mounted photovoltaic arrays, Section 325-140B 2B, with respect to the boundary survey prepared by a registered land surveyor. The proposed facility is located over 500 feet from the nearest property line to the west from the town GIS, and the topographic survey of the facility location has been provided as part of the application. I'll go over the location. Additionally, there is the waiver from Chapter 325, Article 23, large-scale ground-mounted photovoltaic arrays, Section 325, 140B3H, as Section 400-18 review procedure will still apply. So referring ourselves back to the first piece, just to cover some of our review pieces here. Lastly is, and this was submitted as a second submission as a response to town comment, was a waiver from Chapter 325, Article 23, large-scale ground-mounted photovoltaic arrays, Section 325-140B3G, with respect to the required description of financial security that satisfies Section 325-140 will be provided to the town prior to the submission of the building permit. That is basically just our decommissioning procedure and bond. So with that, I will get into more of the nuts and bolts of this. As we stated earlier, and you can see on the plan on the screen here, the Golf course is about 183 acres. We ended up notifying 124 butters as a result of this. The system itself is going to be located more or less in the center of the golf course, to just north of the recently constructed cart barn, as well as the new parking lot, and just to the east of the existing maintenance facility. With that, I'm going to kind of, perfect, Shirley, thank you. This is the existing conditions plan here. You can see this was a newly reconstructed parking area, the existing new cart barn, the existing maintenance facility here. I also would point out that there are wetlands and a vernal pool to the east here, and the irrigation pond to the west. We are outside the 100-foot buffer associated with the wetlands and the vernal pool to the east. We do end up entering the 100-foot buffer with our interconnection, which I'll go over later, from the facility to the existing transformer location. We have applied and received administrative approval from the Conservation Commission with regards to that. As for the actual project itself, there's that plan and the plan on the left. Yep, that's perfect, thank you. That's a little easier for everybody to kind of understand and comprehend. So we have the solar array, which is going to occupy approximately 1.26 acres. So that's really the fenced-in area that you see here. There is going to be, there's kind of two systems here. One is the proposed ground mount system that will be located there. And while technically, I guess, potentially would just go through normal building permit process, but we wanted to make sure everything was included here. We also have the installation of the roof-mounted system as well. So it is two systems. They ultimately tie into the same location. The ground-mounted system is approximately, it will be 648 panels, producing 252 kilowatts of DC electricity, and the rooftop is 76 panels, 29 kilovolts, just over 29 kilovolts DC, which equates to a power generation of 210 kilowatts AC. The ground-mounted system is going to be a fixed tilt system, so the racking will be fixed. At that point in time, it's going to be at a 20-degree tilt. That'll stay that way. Some of the older solar systems, you used to be able to kind of change the tilt on some of the existing ground mounts. There's also the newer technology, which is the trackers. This is neither of those. The panels will stay in their same location at all times. There is some minor clearing to the north here, just to be able to get in all of the arrays, and I'm going to actually point out something here. You can almost see that the separation between the arrays actually changes. That's really as a result of the change in topography that's going on there. So because we're headed downhill this way, once we start installing arrays here, it ends up causing shading issues, which requires that larger gap here. But as we start to head back up the hill here, we were able to tighten up the array themselves. The reason why we looked at that here was really to limit our impacts on clearing. So we really do only have to clear a minor area along the northern section here. There will be some minor grading through this area. Right in this section here, it gets a little steep as far as the arrays are concerned. So we are going to just take that grade, make it a little more gradual, but any of that additional cut that we will be making will literally just be pushed down. If you were to go out and see that out in the field there is a decent size hole right in this area. So we aren't moving any fill off the site. It's literally just taking some off the top of the hill, pushing it down, making it a little more cleaner of a grade. The facility will be enclosed by a 6-foot-high chain link fence for security.
You should probably mention they're not going to be enclosed together, just the ground mount.
Correct, sorry, yes. Thank you. It will be just the ground mount. The rooftop will be on top of the cart barn. There's no need to enclose that in anything. And it's really just a precautionary measure from a facility standpoint to keep people away from the solar arrays. The disturbed area will be seeded with a native wildflower mix and grasses. Really that, while we haven't necessarily come up with an exact seed mix on that, that is something we would coordinate directly with the golf course. They are looking to make the golf course an Audubon facility, so that's something to help promote that with the wildflower mix as well. Really, there's going to be no change in cover type. If anything, we're adding cover type to this area. It's really more of a sandy kind of gravel area, and so by this point in time, we're actually going to bring in topsoil, bring in some grass, some native pollinator mixes. So there's really going to be a no increase in stormwater change at all, and we submitted that letter along with the application for staff. The E&S controls will be implemented per Mass DEP and US EPA guidelines, and will comply with the NIPD's general permit for stormwater discharge for construction activities. Lastly, let me just go over the electrical a little bit too here, just so everybody has an idea of what, so there's two separate facilities here in a sense. The cart barn facility here, which will have, on the back side of the building, there'll be the inverters for the solar panels themselves. There's going to be a separate disconnect switch here just for that roof-mounted facility. Inside the cart barn, there will be some electrical upgrades that will go through the whole building permit process, and part of this project will allow the cart barn to be upgraded to the electrical facilities to handle some future charging capabilities for electric carts as well. So from here, this system will come down. The electrical system for the ground mount system will be here, where the inverters will be post-mounted behind the existing arrays. There won't be a disconnect inside this system here, as the inverters themselves, the way they're set up, they actually have an AC disconnect inside the inverters. But there will be, as the interconnection comes out here to the existing transformer that's there right now, as part of the project, that transformer will be upgraded to a new transformer, and the new panel board will be installed just on the south side of the existing pump house. At that new panel board, there will be a disconnect switch for the full system that's able to be operated by, fire department or emergency personnel as needed, also for other maintenance items that may happen in the future. One thing that we would like to point out is, there has been a fairly long-standing issue with some of the electrical service at the golf course facility. We think that Eversource really stepped up to the plate and came to the table with regards to the electrical service here. And with the installation of the solar facility, there's no upgrades needed to the primary cabling. So you've got primary cabling running from Oak Street all the way into the golf course to that transformer. By the installation of the solar system, the upgrade of the transformer, the new, what we'll call secondary side of the transformer, new primary into this upgraded switchgear, Eversource has deemed it not necessary to do any upgrades on the primary coming into the site, which ultimately reduces impacts and costs there. The other pieces, just to go over them as they relate to the Section 23, is Green Skies will ultimately be the owner-operator of this facility. They do provide 24-hour maintenance, so they will have monitoring and maintenance. They will have basically telemetry. They will be able to monitor this system remotely. They'll see how production's seeing. They'll understand if they're seeing a loss in production. They can understand basically if there's one panel that's having a problem or not, and then be able to dispatch technicians out to take care of that. So if a golf ball were to hit one of the panels, damage it, they would pretty much know right away that they had a problem, be able to come out there and fix the panel. Liz Argo from CVEC would be able to speak for it even more, but they do also have a contractual obligation to come out there and fix this and keep those panels operating, because if the system's not making money, they're ultimately not making money at the end of the day as well as part of this. With that, I think I will open it up to any questions.
Members of the board? Oh, Charlene, sorry.
Thank you. That's okay. First, a little bit about how we got to this point. The applicant did respond to bid solicitation and was awarded the project for the photovoltaic array through Cape and Vineyard Electrical Company, CVAC. Liz Argo is here from CVAC, so if you do have any specific questions, I'm sure she will be more than willing and capable of answering them. I'm glad to hear Eversource didn't make us do any more. That's pretty awesome.
A little bit, but that's another matter.
Yeah.
We had a history of an issue with Eversource.
Yeah, we won't go there. Don't even.
At
Yeah.
this location.
Yeah. Anyway, so the applicant is now before the planning board for site plan review. And because standard site plan review really doesn't touch on the specific needs that need to be reviewed for a photovoltaic array, we did suggest to the applicant and to this board, and that's why the waiver was requested, that they actually follow the requirements under section 325, the large scale 40, the large scale ground mounted array language that you all wrote, well, I wrote, you blessed it, a couple years ago for the by right over off of Queen Anne Road. That really lends itself, the review part of it, to this project rather than the typical site plan review. So that's why we really had them go in this direction. Brad went over the waivers. With regard to other staff comments, health, golf, fire, and police have no concerns. I know golf is eager to have this going and to get the electrical golf carts going, which I don't know if you've ever been on a course where they've had those, but they're pretty cool and they don't smell like the gas ones. Conservation applicant filed for administrative review for work within the 100-foot buffer zone to the pond, and that was approved back on December 12th. The permit's good for 1 year. The building commissioner indicated that a building permit is required, and with regard to engineering comments, I'll cover those under mine. The town engineer and I did review the application on December 19th. Comments were sent on December 23rd, and all comments and questions that we have been completely addressed by the applicant. As previously noted, we did recommend they follow the chapter 325, Roman numeral 23 for the large-scale ground-mounted arrays. And just so the board is aware and the public is aware, at the May 2019 annual town meeting, the town did vote to approve Article 33, which did provide for leases, licenses, agreements, and other contractual agreements on behalf of the town through CVAC for a variety of locations, including the Cranberry Valley Golf Course, both on the ground and the cart barn. The site went through a full site plan review back in 2018, and that at that time, solar was definitely anticipated for the roof of the new cart barn. I do believe that the requested waivers are appropriate, and we do recommend standard conditions be imposed, including the requirement for the financial surety to be submitted and approved by this board. Actually, town council will approve it and let you guys know if it's acceptable. So that would be the other condition that I would recommend be imposed regarding this. But other than that, I think this is a great project, and I'm excited to see it, excited to see it happen.
Can you tell us, if you would, what you're going to be like a tenant of the golf course? What's your relationship with the golf?
Well, I'm going to let Liz answer that. I'm just the civil engineer on behalf of Green Skies, but
sure.
I think Liz will do a better job answering that.
So the arrangements that CVAC puts forward, we are basically your representative in these photovoltaic installation activities. For instance, we helped you do the cap landfill. And the arrangement that we have is that CVAC goes out with a request for proposals, finds developers. It's a third-party ownership that CVAC has contracted with third-party developers. So they are, that's why there's no capital required from the town. And CVAC goes into contract with the third-party developers under what's called a power purchase agreement. We then have an intergovernmental agreement between CVEC and the town that passes through all of the benefits. So the opportunity that you're getting here is what are called net metering credit savings, which are going directly to the town. You're going to see it in this case as savings on the electric bills. These are the power plant on the golf court, the cart barn will, for instance, eliminate pretty much any electric costs for that facility. And the ground mount is going to power the maintenance building. So again, it will reduce the electric bills. There's also a lease in place. That's directly between the town and the third-party owner. So there is a lease between the town and the third-party owner. So there's the three documents essentially. CVEC stays with you throughout the life of the project. It's a 20-year third-party ownership project, and we are compensated through what's called an operational adder to basically be the liaison. So if a module does get broken, and for instance, Roman Greer at the golf course calls CVEC, says there's a couple of modules that are broken, we jump on the line and reach out to Green Skies and say, you need to fix this. We also make sure that you're getting the right savings. We monitor that. And
You're like administering it.
Yep, exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
Anybody on the board first? Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Is the intention that the solar array will handle, because I think we're going to all electric carts, so all of the carts will be recharged off of the building cart barn?
To some degree.
Mm-hmm.
There's, because of the fact that the beauty of solar is that when it's sunny, you've got solar. The downside of solar is when it's not sunny, you don't have solar. So you have the grid, the Eversource's power still available when you need it. But the solar will, whenever it's producing power, means that Eversource, you don't need Eversource's power, and you're avoiding that cost.
And will the array take care of any of the other electrical needs for the golf course, the pro shop and the?
No, it won't.
Just
Yeah.
the maintenance building and the cart barn?
Yeah, and that's largely because of the load at those two sites matches these installations. If there is excess, there wouldn't be on the cart barn. But if there is excess, for instance, at the maintenance building, there's a mechanism that is in place, thanks to state legislation, that will allow us to send the excess power through virtual net metering credits to another electric account. So should we have excess power from the ground mount, we will. You'll see those credits show up on the electric bill for the clubhouse, for instance.
Okay. And from a contractual.
Pray for sun, huh?
Say what?
Pray for sun.
Pray for sun, always.
From a contractual standpoint, then, to follow on Joe's question, Harwich has a contract with CVEC, and CVEC has a contract with Green Skies?
Exactly.
Okay. Changing a little bit here, the topography that goes from the level of where the cart barn is now to the first array, I don't have a topo map in front of me. Got it, bro. There's a pretty significant drop from when I was out there and taking a look at it the other day.
I'm just gonna flip these two.
Will that one help?
That one does help a little bit. I'm just gonna, since I know he's sitting right here, you'll be able to see the proposed on that grading as well. But yes, so you see here, you've got the topography from the cart barn heading down the array towards the bottom where the gravel is. So that's really, Charlene, if you go back to that other, why don't we go back to the aerial there? That's really what's causing this significant space here. So this array here sits up almost in the middle of that slope. So, so that's actually sitting on that slope. So what's happening is, because we're sitting on that slope, the shade now from the array itself, because it's a fixed tilt, is causing impacts to that next array further north, which is pretty much almost at the spot where you're at level ground. So then, once we hit this point and start to move our way up, in order to still meet what we were looking for demand, we started to look at bringing those arrays closer together, because as you go up the grade, your shade mitigation between the two is able to become less, and you're able to condense that. So it was this process here in order to try and meet that, and we really looked at cross-sections in a couple different locations to make sure that we were getting everything we needed, trying to minimize any impacts to existing trees and keep everything where it is from a clearing standpoint.
And shading from, in the winter months when the sun is low in the sky, shading from the cart barn itself, or?
Yeah, and a lot of that stuff, the cart barn itself, a lot of that stuff is taken part in the whole modeling, so to speak. So in the summer months, you're gonna get a little bit more than you would in the winter months, but it's all that averaging out over time. So going back to, you know, Liz's point, you know, this system is going to, in the winter months, still produce a decent amount of electricity that may not be used as much by the cart barn and the maintenance facility because it's not operational. But those credits are able to be used elsewhere and still provide that, so, benefit.
Last question I have, I think you mentioned, Liz, that there was backup electricity coming up from Oak Street. Backup. How, if the entire array that powers the cart barn, recharges the carts, is down for a significant period of time?
Eversource's power?
No, I think he's just specifically saying the array
Hours.
itself.
Okay, yeah, it's dark,
So that
and we have no power, yeah.
we have no power, so therefore we have no carts, therefore we have no golf for
Well, the
a week.
grid is tied in.
So the grid, right, so.
Eversource is right there
Over to
gonna
the
send
grid.
power when it can.
Just
And
as
it's
if it were today.
a byway. It can go both ways.
Okay.
It can either, the meter will either spin forward when you're using Eversource, or it'll spin backward when your power supply is pushing Eversource off, out of your needs.
So we want it going backwards.
Right, so
Yeah, we want it going
it
back.
is a behind-the-meter system, so to speak, but there is, you know, parallel redundancy. So let's put it this way, while you're getting the power credits for the solar charging the carts, the solar's really not technically charging the carts, if that makes sense. The power from the grid is actually charging the carts. You're sending power back to offset that. It's just, that's where that net metering piece comes into play. So it's kind of a cyclical cycle in regards, so.
Thank
Okay,
you.
anybody else? Go ahead.
Just a side
Yeah,
note.
this is Dave Harris, I have a question.
Go ahead, speak up.
Raise your hand.
What is the schedule, assuming all the companies fall in place that you would like them, what is the schedule and duration for
You got to speak up, David.
Yeah,
what is the schedule for duration of the project, and how many parking spaces will be lost during that period?
I got him, Charlene. I can answer. So, David, I think your question is what's the duration of the construction of the project itself, and how many parking spaces would potentially be lost? The construction duration for this is probably in the range of 3 to 4 months. Once you get all the racking installed and everything hooked up, the biggest time of really any potential impact, and I think that can be mitigated with additional space elsewhere for storage of modules and racking. But once the modules are probably the biggest thing from a space standpoint, and maybe a man lift from an equipment standpoint, I don't anticipate us having or taking up any spaces of parking during the golf course season.
Good, because parking, as you may know, is at a premium there.
Yes.
We don't have enough spaces for the current loading, so that'd be good to eliminate the need to close parking spaces would be terrific.
Yep. I think the only thing I would bring up is that the installation of the modules for the roof, while they wouldn't impact parking, there may just need to be a little more coordination with regards to the golf course, because they probably will need a man lift up there to just access the roof for installing those modules itself. I think, you know, there is enough room there to get that man lift up against the building without it impacting, you know, flow through, but that's something we can, you know, confirm and even work out with the golf course and make sure that everything's being done there. I mean, Green Skies has been dealing directly with Roman and the maintenance folks at the golf course on this.
All right, thank you.
Okay, anybody else on the board? Go ahead.
I just had a quick question. So, I'm looking at the panels themselves. If I'm on the 14th tee and I'm playing with Joe, and he hooks one left.
Which he probably would.
Way left.
I got money on Joe.
Do these, are they like specific to like golf courses, or is it just like?
Yep,
Do they,
that's one of their favorite tests, is shooting golf balls at the solar modules from a certain distance away. They're fairly robust. If you try hard enough, you'll break them. So we have broken modules with some regularity. For instance, we have a lot of solar installations next to ball fields, baseball fields.
Okay.
They get broken. Sometimes it's the baseball, sometimes it's the kids' rock. But so, you know, sometimes in fact you can shatter them and they're still collecting power, collecting the sun and making power. So, but we usually change them out just because of aesthetics.
Well, the 14th hole is in range, and it's either a wicked slice from a lefty or a real wicked hook from a right-hander that could get there.
We need an engineering report, clearly. So.
Okay, anybody else? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With regards to the trees, is there a buffer zone, or do you know what the distance from the array to those trees are? Surrounding that?
On
the right side and the back side?
On the east side here?
Yeah.
Those trees are on the north side.
Northeast side, they're approximately, I want to say, I'm trying to see if I have a dimension here on the plans in front of me. They're probably about 30 to 40 feet there.
So there's no problem with any of those trees being damaged or coming down like we had last year, getting into the array?
I mean, I could say there would never be that possibility. I mean, there's always that possibility with anything here, just like that. But, you know, that would be on Green Skies, the owner of the facility, to maintain that and, you know, make any necessary, you know, fixes that have to be done as a result of that.
And let's hope all the trees that were going to go down in the tornado are down.
Are that 6-foot fences going all the way around the ground array?
Yes, correct. So it will go all the way around the ground array. I will just point out from a maintenance standpoint.
See it a little bit better
yep,
there.
There we go. We did provide 2 gates in case this is kind of an existing maintenance road, so in case they need to get in there and through there. The other thing they did request is there are you know, gates on both sides, so the fence itself will I don't want to say die, you know, stop at the maintenance building itself on each corner, but maintenance will have access behind it because there are some, you know, existing things in there. I think there's an irrigation pole box and a couple other items that they'd still want ultimate access to. So,
with regards to the where the cart paths are stored,
yep.
Is there any additional strengthening to the roof to adhere to the added weight to these?
I don't believe there's any additional strengthening of the roof you needed. That will all be part of the structural analysis that is probably actually already done.
Okay.
That will be submitted as part of the building permit
I
process.
can actually answer that.
There you
When
go.
they designed this, they anticipated
Solar?
solar on top. Yep.
It's
When
actually
they
a
designed the
light-
cart barn.
Yeah.
It's a light load. The issue is always wind lift, but
Right.
it's designed for 140 mile per hour.
There is one thing, Mr. Chairman,
And
if you
if they
don't
lift
mind.
off,
Go ahead,
there's
go ahead.
more-
I realized I didn't address it previously. Charlene, you want to go back to that one site plan?
Sure.
So I did want to just point out, as part of the town's application for the new cart barn and the revised parking, there was a landscaping requirement as part of that. Those have yet to be installed, partially because they knew we were coming through here with this project. So I did want to point out that there would still be some greenery and, you know, buffer installed on that top of that parking lot before it gets down to the
And
solar
also
array as
on the
well.
front of the barn itself,
Yeah, that's to be landscaped.
Yeah,
as well.
yes, yep, I don't know all of the stuff, I just know what was specific to the, kind of the array area, but yeah, I believe there is landscaping that still needs to be
nothing
completed.
major, but it
Yeah,
needs to be done,
right.
Yep.
And it was part of the condition of that approval.
okay?
Yeah. The tornado kind of put them off a little bit.
Anybody else on the board have anything further before I open it to anybody in the audience who wishes to speak?
Just one question. Good evening. Steve Casparo, 48 Hillcrest Drive. Are there plans to expand this site in the future?
The photovoltaics?
Yes.
No.
Okay, thank you.
You abut it, do you?
I got a letter saying that I was within 300 feet, but I want to make sure I don't wake up one morning and staring me in the face.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
There won't be more PVs here, but you will be seeing some others popping up in other locations in town.
Mhm.
And some of those will have to come to this board for review, so.
We'll be back. We'll be back.
Can I get a motion to close the public hearing? I don't think we,
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
all in favor?
Roll call.
Aye.
Roll call vote.
Arthur Rouse, yes.
Hello,
Dave Harris, aye.
Joe McFarland, aye.
Mary Maslowski, aye.
Alan Peterson, aye.
William Stoltz, aye.
Craig Chadwick, aye.
Okay. Any reason why we can't continue now to vote to approve waivers?
So I move that we vote to approve the following waivers. One, waiver from provision of Chapter 400-16B, and in the alternative, to allow the plan to follow requirements of Chapter 325, Article 23, large-scale ground-mounted photovoltaic arrays, Section 325-140, large-scale solar review. Two, waiver from provision of Section 325-140B, 2B, with respect to the boundary survey prepared by a registered land surveyor, as the facility is located over 500 feet from the nearest property line to the west per the town's GIS system. Three, waiver from Section 325-140B 3H as Section 400-18 review procedure was followed. 4, waiver from Section 325-140B 3G with respect to the required description of financial surety, which will become a condition of approval to satisfy the requirements of Section 325-148.
And can we get a second?
Second.
Okay, and a roll call vote?
Aye.
That's
Arthur Rouse, aye.
I'm listening.
David Harris, aye.
Joe McFarland, aye.
Mary Maslowski, aye.
Alan Peterson, aye.
William Stoltz, aye.
Craig Chadwick, aye.
Okay, and now vote to adopt the proposed findings.
So I move that we vote to approve with conditions and waivers case number PB 2019-46, Green Skies Renewable Energy for a site plan review special permit pursuant to the Code of the Town of Harwich, Section 325-55, in conjunction with Section 325, Article 23, to establish a large-scale photovoltaic array at Cranberry Valley Golf Course, consisting of both a ground-mounted array and a rooftop array on the Cart Barn building for property located at 183 Oak Street, map 61, parcel H1, in the R-R and W-R zoning districts. The decision is based on the aforementioned findings of fact, the fact that the application meets the necessary requirements and criteria for approval pursuant to the Code of the Town of Harwich. The following conditions are imposed. 1, prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall submit to the planning board for review and approval the necessary documentation to satisfy the requirements of Section 325-148 financial surety. 2, this decision shall be recorded at the Barnstable County Registry of Deeds. And 3, conformance with all review procedure requirements outlined pursuant to Section 400-18.g, inspection, certificate of completion, and as-built plan of the Code of the Town of Harwich shall be met.
Second. And we get a roll call?
Arthur Rouse, aye.
Dave Harris, aye.
Joe McFarland, aye.
Mary Maslowski, aye.
Alan Peterson, aye.
William Stoltz, aye.
Craig Chadwick, aye.
Thank you very much, members of the board. Matter is resolved.
The award goes to Joe McParland for the best pronunciation of photovoltaic.
I do this all the time and I still mess up.
That's why I say PV.
Okay. Next matter is PB 2019-27, Witchmere Harbor Real Estate LLC applicant.
You do not need to read this whole thing in the record, because it's been open so many times.
Okay.
And Andrew, because there's so many of you, if you could all sign in, just so we make sure we get everybody's names, that'd be great.
Is it okay if we pull the easel a little bit closer?
I do have some of your plans up here,
You have this one.
right there.
Mine's easy. Well, we have
Yes. Yeah, it's on the agenda. There's agendas on the table. That's okay. Thank you.
Okay, you
may proceed.
All right, thank you. Good evening. For the record, my name is Andrew Singer. I'm an attorney here on behalf of the applicant, Richmond Harbor Real Estate LLC. With me at the table is David McNevich, project engineer from Coastal Engineering. With us also are Mike Charlotte, general manager, and Bill Ganchert, chief engineer of Witchmere Harbor, the Beach Club. Also George Gakitis, who is the building architect, and Dave Hawk, who is the landscape architect. You will be, after my introduction, I'm going to discuss the legal, some of the history and some of the legal status before you. We're going to have presentations from the engineer, the building architect, and the landscape architect. We'll each be as brief as possible so we can get to your questions and discussion. Witchmere Beach Resort is a multi-use function and resort development. We have been, it's been a while since we've been before you. Some of the members I know here were here the last time. What is being proposed tonight is to make further improvements to the beach club facilities at the southern end of the property. The, Charlene, can you switch to that other plan, the colored one?
The color one?
This is just an overview. You will see the other plans. This is an overview of the southern end of the property for the beach club. Specifically, the applicant is proposing to replace the existing restaurant pool building, 2 swimming pools, the concrete pool deck, and some of the wooden decks and other existing site improvements at the swimming pool area, as well as to relocate the existing coastal pavilion restaurant facilities. And the existing conditions are on the plan that's on the easel that Dave will go over shortly. And the replacement is going to be with a new restaurant building, a relocated coastal pavilion with an attached addition containing restrooms and a small retail space, and reconfigured overall smaller swimming pools, a new pool reception kiosk, and a new concrete pool deck, which integrates with the entire beach club facility. You can also see in the top left the new access. It's an on-site access, but a new reconfigured access. As I mentioned, it's been many years since we've been before you. The last time we were here was about 5-6 years ago, when you approved the construction of a new building in the center of the property that was going to have additional residential condo units. The market changed, and as you know, since I'm sure you've driven down there, that project never proceeded. For this proposal, which focuses on the beach club is going to continue to be a private facility. The replacement dining facilities will not be open to the general public. There will be no change in the approved density and use on the property. There will be no change in the parking demand on the property, and we'll discuss all of this. The proposal is to continue the existing use of the property with more efficient, more attractive, and improved amenities to enhance the guest experience. And we hope you'll agree once when you're reviewing the plans aesthetically as we'll go through. This is all to make what is there better. It is not to make it serve more people. The beach club, this end of the property, is located in the RH3 zoning district. The All parts of the proposal that are before you right now conform to yard setbacks. Building coverage on the entire property remains conforming. There will be a decrease in the pre-existing non-conforming impervious site coverage, as well as the pre-existing non-conforming site amenities coverage. As for the coverages and parking and use, the uses of the property have previously been determined by the boards in the town to be pre-existing non-conforming, because they predate the adoption of the zoning that regulates this type of a use. The site coverages and amenities coverages, as I mentioned, have always been non-conforming as well. This is one of the more unique sites in Harwich in that it is growing. There is accretion that takes place down on the water end of this property. It does make it a very unique property. With the creation of the new circular drive that you see up there, there will be a reduction of 15 grass parking spaces from the existing 252 spaces. But as I will discuss momentarily, believe that with the shared parking that exists on the site and with the summer parking management plan that we've previously reviewed with you and been approved, that the parking will remain more than adequate. The residential condominiums, there are 11 residential condominiums that were built in the first phase way back. Those have their own dedicated parking, separate driveway accesses, so that is completely separate from this proposal. As for occupancy, there is to be no change in the previously permitted maximum occupancy of the property. What you had previously reviewed and approved was a maximum of 650 maximum restaurant guest seats spread throughout the site, and we are proposing to maintain that. And for the same reasons that we had discussed with you before, the on-site restaurant seats are shared between the various venues on the property. So there are times where one venue is being used and the other is not. There's a time where they're both being used, sometimes larger functions, sometimes smaller. So what we are proposing is to not change that previously approved maximum number of seats. As for the parking that I mentioned, and this is all for those of you who were here before, this is the same management plan that we had previously implemented. With the exception of the approximately 8 weekends during July and August, and that's when the detailed management plan I'll discuss is in place, the site has acres of extra parking, as we all know. But during those 8 weekends and during the summer events like that, that is when parking needs to be managed. Because all events are scheduled months in advance, the resort operators know how many guests they're anticipating at any one given time, particularly during the busy season. And what we had previously done, proposed, which we're maintaining, is that buses are arranged to transport guests to the property from off-site locations when necessary. All employees park off-site and are shuttled or ride their bicycles to the property. The shuttle runs from 8 a.m. to midnight on each Saturday and Sunday and any other day deemed necessary to deal with the scheduling that they know is coming on the property. That is naturally primarily between June 15th and Labor Day. It does go into the shoulder seasons as necessary. In addition, the events are staggered such that most functions take place at times when the beach club is less active and the beach club activity is highest when the functions are the least active. And naturally enough, that is when the beach club would be the busiest, is going to be on a nice sunny afternoon, and the events would take place at different times. As the architect will go through with you in more detail, building height for all of the relocated or replaced and relocated structures will be conforming. In the RH3 zoning district, there is a 4-story and 50-foot maximum. One of these buildings is 1 story, the other is 2, although the restaurant building, which is on the left, is being elevated for floodplain considerations. All of the aspects of the building, as were in the materials we gave to you and as you will hear, do conform. Part of the replacement restaurant building, the cupola on that will be 49 feet 10 inches, so that comes closest. The rest of the building, most of the building is at 27 feet, even by being elevated for floodplain, so we're conforming there. When you read Charlene's staff report, there was a long discussion about lawn area, synthetic turf, and site coverage. We had met with staff in this room actually and spoken with them on numerous occasions. What had previously been proposed is that much of the green that you see on that plan was going to be synthetic turf. And that raised a question as to site coverage, but more importantly, it raised a question in our review with the Conservation Commission. We met with the Conservation Commission last week again, and they unanimously approved the plan that's before you, with some changes that are in the letter that I submitted to you last Friday that I want to go over for the record. In approving the application, the Conservation Commission found that the redevelopment is better protective of the environment than pre-existing conditions. Specifically, they noted, in looking at what we submitted, that the replacement of the non-compliant buildings will be flood-compliant structures. So in particular, the building, well, all the buildings are in the floodplain. They are, with all of the equipment, the HVAC, the kitchens, the buildings themselves, because they're so old, they are down at ground level. The replacement buildings will all comply with the floodplain and will be elevated, so all of the mechanicals, et cetera, will be above the floodplain regulations. That is a significant environmental improvement, because if and when floodwaters come through, they go under the building, they do not go through it. In addition, there's going to be the removal of almost 28,000 square feet of fertilized lawn area from the property. There is also going to be removal of 128 pounds per year of nitrogen from the ground. These are not specifically issues that you generally look at, but they were significant environmental benefits that the Conservation Commission was looking at. Finally, and this is where we come back to the lawn area, what the applicant agreed to with the Conservation Commission at this time is to make everything on that plan that's green, except for the 2 rectangles down on the lower deck on the lower right corner of that plan. Everything else is going to be natural lawn, which will not be long-term fertilized and have chemical application. The 2 rectangles that I pointed out are going to be this new synthetic turf product, which actually looks like grass, is more permeable than grass, and has a lot of environmental benefits, but it is new and would be new for the Cape. The Conservation Commission expressed interest in it, or intrigue in it. There were questions. We had submitted a number of reports. It was decided that for now, we would go with the natural lawn as we're showing you here. There was interest by the Commission in continuing to review the product, and we likely will continue these discussions with them in the future. If we did and any changes happened, we would be coming back to all the boards. But for now, what this results in is that there is going to be a net decrease of more than 3,500 square feet of hardscape within Conservation Commission jurisdiction. That's closest to the water. Overall, site-wide, there's going to be a net decrease of 1,432 square feet in site coverage. The reason why is that some of the site coverage is being moved away from the water into the less environmentally sensitive portions of the property. And so that also results in environmental benefit of the proposal. With that, the Conservation Commission did, as I said, unanimously approve the project. I will not get into landscaping, lighting, and drainage, because you're going to hear from the experts on all of that. In conclusion, for the legal discussion, we respectfully submit that after you've heard all of the testimony and answered any questions you have, we submit that this proposal, as shown on the various plans that we've submitted, satisfies the provisions of the zoning bylaw to amend the site plan special permit, or grant a new one as you may see fit, to approve the redevelopment. There will be no impact to parking, to the use, to traffic, and we submit that the proposal protects the safety, public health, convenience, and general welfare of the community. With that, I would ask David, site engineer, to go through some of the more mechanics of the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think Andrew really touched on a number of points that I was going to talk about, in particular the reduction of the lawn area. This is the existing condition with fertilized lawn area here. The existing pool patio and building, as you can see, there's very little internal green space in the existing condition. There's a few planters in that area, but other than that, it's deck and concrete patio and buildings. So the expansion, we're maintaining the existing westerly boundary along Merkle Beach, you know, the limit of already developed area there, and at the beach. There's no change to that proposed. The expansion is going to the north and a little bit to the east, and that's what shows on the graphic that's up on the screen. The the sewage disposal for both the beach grill and the coastal bar, that's connected to the existing wastewater treatment plant that exists on the property. The existing buildings,
Excuse me.
the existing buildings are connected to the wastewater system now, so as these buildings will also be. The relocation of the coastal bar does have some restrooms added onto it for people at the pool, and so that is one of the changes. Stormwater drainage will be better managed. We're proposing new drainage systems that will collect runoff from the pool patios and deck and route it to a drainage system that's located up in this area here, at the northerly edge of this patio here. We have designed that, we believe, in conformance with state and town requirements for that. I know the town engineer had a few questions. We've got to work through some details on that, but we've designed it to meet the town's requirements. And I know one of the comment letters was from the health department about the connection to the wastewater treatment plant. Because this is under a groundwater discharge permit, it's under state control, and you need to have a licensed wastewater treatment plant operator there 5 days a week to run the plant. This proposal does not change anything with that permit or how that treatment plant is operated, so there'll be no impact and no action required from Mass DEP for this proposed project. Andrew did touch on the fact that this existing building, the Beach Grill building now, has a basement. It's in a flood zone, a high hazard flood zone, what's known as a velocity zone, high wave action, and basements are not allowed in a velocity zone. You have to elevate the building on piles with breakaway panels if you're going to enclose, below the main floor. And so this proposal will bring that fully into compliance with the building code and FEMA regulations for buildings that are in flood zones. The existing coastal bar is here. That is in the velocity zone also, and the proposal will actually move it over to the east and to the north of where it is now. It's sort of going to sit over here where this lawn is. That lawn will be removed. That will actually now be out of the flood hazard zone entirely once it's relocated. So that too is an improvement over the existing conditions. And I think at this point that pretty much covers the utilities and the improvements.
Okay, if we could turn to George Kakitas, who's the architect, to discuss a little bit of the buildings.
Yeah, leave those in place. So essentially, as George...
You've got to use the microphone, you
Yeah,
can't,
you
yeah.
can use the pointer.
Yeah. George Kakitas, Kakitas Stewart Design Group, Architects. Essentially, as Dave said, we are moving the existing coastal pavilion building back over to the side. If you could actually switch it back to the
there it is.
site plan.
Oh, you want to say?
So over here to the right side of the property, this is a lower hip roof behind the octagon roof, and that's just getting an extended profile. So we're just like kind of stretching it to cover these new bathrooms. And we've essentially taken the same motif, which is this octagon, and put it as the front piece to the restaurant. And it's essentially about 10 feet taller than the existing. So anyone who's been down there and seen the existing pavilion, it's similar in size and mass. And then as Andrew had mentioned, most of this is about 27 feet, and that tall part's just at that octagon, right at the entry. We can, over here, there's a kind of a gate building, which is a check-in, and we are basically redoing that building. It's about 400 square feet, and it's essentially in the same location. And if we switch over to the elevations now, I can kind of show you the architecture. You could keep on going. Keep going. Yeah.
Which one do you want?
Yeah, that one right there. So this is essentially, the drawing to the bottom left is probably the most public view as you approach the site. The whole structure is basically perpendicular to the ocean, so you basically don't see the length of the massing. That's actually the ocean view, and that's about 27 feet from the top of the roof to the grade. You switch the slide. So this is the elevation facing the pool, and there's a trellis that is approximately 8 feet off the pool deck that is parallel to the restaurant. And this would be the kitchen, and that's essentially the seating area. So, I'm not sure, yep. So, and that's Myrtle Beach elevation. We basically have a stone veneer in the flood zone, velocity zone, followed by some more decorative windows, because that's basically a garage space or storage not really being used. This would be shingles and tongue and groove detailing up here, sticking with the shingle style cape kind of detailing. There'll be a crown molding across the top to separate the roof from the grade, and going back to the octagon in the front. So that's essentially the architectural side of it.
Do you want to go over the...
Okay, all right, so this is the existing, from this wall right here, that's the existing pool bar pavilion. Right where that chimney is over here, that is all existing. We're just picking this thing up and moving it, and we're adding approximately about 25 feet in the back here. It's basically roof to cover the new bathroom. Yeah, sorry, Dave.
Sorry, I had to move the engineer.
So like I mentioned before, we're continuing the profile of the roof and extending it to cover the amenities that we really need on that level for the pool people. That's all existing. So, I don't know if you have any questions.
Or if you want, we can finish up with, if you want to hear from the landscaping, then if whatever, we're happy to, and if we're happy to answer any questions.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
There it is.
Good evening. For the record, Dave Hawk Design. It's nice to be here. We're very excited about the project. Obviously, you know, this is the thought here is to expand the areas with green spaces and create some spaces in here. From a landscape standpoint, if you look at it, it's basically just trying to open it up as we look at the existing conditions. Oops, I'm sorry, I meant to go here.
The red.
No, you had it right there.
There we go.
Just don't point it at
There we
anyone.
are, okay. If you look at what we have there, it's, as was said before, it's a large expanse of concrete, not a lot of green space. I think there's 2,600 square feet of planting in there. So it's a big concrete area. If you look over at the proposed plan, what we're trying to do is incorporate spatial expansiveness and the ability to open up the space and create different spaces within the space. So the first thing that was mentioned is we've got pretty much a dead end with the parking right now. So we've got a circle that comes in here so we can drop people off, and then they can circulate back to the parking areas. Obviously a sidewalk that comes up and introduces to an area in front of the building where people can gather. Then we go to basically our circulation space, which is all our points of access. We've got an area here that we can access to go into the pool area, as George said, right by the check-in space, and then we go right down the center to this circular paved area that's got a planted focal point in the middle. We've got a couple of secondary access points that are right here. If someone wants to get to the pool areas, they can go here after checking in with this open space. And then also, we can access directly down to the beach and down to the lower decks by coming right through here. If you look at the drawing, the circulation, the pedestrian circulation around the pool, that's really your hardscape surfaces, because we didn't want to increase our hardscape, obviously, down there. So all these areas are getting into different places. The coastal bar does have some paved areas that abuts those areas, but the turf areas are the areas where the furnishing, the chaise lounges, the sunning spaces, all that will be occurring. As you come in the main entry to check in, to go to the pool, check in, come down here. There's an infant's pool located over to your right-hand side. That's just for the small ones. It's about 60 feet by 20 feet. There may be some interesting water features that squirt and allow the kids to have some fun. Then there's furnishings around that. These areas right here, and this would be the microturf area that Andrew was talking about. It's actually a very durable clover and turf, drought resistant, very durable. They use it down in New York City parks. So it's a very, very durable and eco-friendly lawn system. So all these areas are all the microturf. We've obviously got a fence, so to connect all these gates, there's a fence that runs around the perimeter of the pool. This would be a privacy fence. These would be fences that are embedded into hedges, so they won't look like fence, but there'll be a fence in the middle. And then we've got fencing that runs along here, ties into the building, and runs along the backside, which will take the form of a windscreen with some large glass panels. So we have all these walkways. There are no accessible ramps. All the walkways have been designed under 5%. So basically, we stay at pool grade level. Here, we come around here, and this is a very gradual slope that takes us down to a landing here, and then off to the deck below. As far as the main pool, that's the center attraction here. All the walkways converge upon the main pool. This is 40 by 75. That's your main activity pool for lap swimming, for any type of activities out here. And then we have these two channels, the entry channel right here, that's approximately 40 by 20, and then it has a nice seating area that comes out into the pool, and then another channel that's 15 by 42. These are the areas we think that people will be floating around, a little bit more conversation areas. So really active areas of the pool, and then more passive areas of the pool in here. We've also located a spa. It's 22 by 8. It's down by the beach there along that edge. And then we have our decking down here. This is down at the 8-foot, 6-inch elevation, and we're up at 12 right here. So there's no increase to this deck right here or any of this out here. It's really, as Andrew said, there are two panels that are going to be the turf, and that we are going to be our experimental panels for aesthetics and to see how it holds up. And we do think that's a great product and would like to see that move forward. But for now, these panels are all what's called the Player's Best. That's actual fescue turf with the microclover embedded in it. That's what we have for that. If there's any questions.
That is our presentation to start. And again, questions for any of us, we would be happy to discuss them with you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Quick question. So the lounging by the pool, will that be in the grassy area?
That's correct.
Okay.
Charlene?
Yes, sir.
The applicant has requested no waivers. Just a reminder, this was originally filed with the planning board back in June of 2019. It's been continued, so this is the first presentation and testimony that you will be hearing on
Right,
this.
we had originally we went to conservation way back then, and then we got approved for an earlier version, which you never saw. It got changed, and ultimately,
Right.
just got the approval for this, and now we're here before you.
Right. So comments from other boards, departments, and committees. Health, the septic system is regulated through Department of Environmental Protection with a groundwater discharge permit. I recommend referral to the DEP to ensure the changes are within the scope of the wastewater system and do not require additional inspections. Proposed restaurant will require a food service permit through the health department. Review of the floor plans and finishes is required prior to approval of the building permit application. Full compliance with the 2013 Federal Food Code is required. The new swimming pool falls under the jurisdiction of the health department, and that should be
Excuse
swimming
me.
pools, and will require a full review through our office in addition to the building department. Full compliance with 105 CMR 435.00, minimum standard for swimming pools. The state sanitary code, chapter 5, is required. Police, fire, and highway had no concerns. Conservation, there is a extensive memo from Amy Usowski, dated January 16th. They have since been to conservation, who has given approval. However, a revised landscape plan is necessary to show where it's going from the fake turf to the real turf. Engineering comments are included with mine. As noted, the town engineer and town planner met to review the revised plans and application January 8th, 2020. Several questions arose, and on the 13th, we were actually able to pull a staff meeting together with all the fine folks you see here from and representing Witchmere. At that review meeting, there were several questions, concerns raised, and 2 revised plans were submitted that did address some of those concerns. The town engineer is awaiting additional information regarding the stormwater drainage. 3, the applicant proposes use the artificial turf. I'm not going to go into that because they've pulled back on that greatly. I do think it's kind of, it'll be interesting to see how the test sites work on the decking, to see how they stand up. I did have concern as to, the leaching of any chemicals or plastic, either into the groundwater or Nantucket Sound. Conservation has approved, what they've approved. In my opinion, what falls within the flood zone is under conservation jurisdiction, so any requirements that they impose, this board should also adopt. This will require zoning board of appeals, which is scheduled for tomorrow. For the beach club building, a roof deck elevation to 34 feet has been provided on the building plans. However, the overall height of the proposed building has not been provided. When you look at the zoning compliance table, it says, please refer to the building plans, but the building plans don't tell me the actual height, except for that 34 feet to the deck. So we don't have the height of the gazebo.
Revise the labeling if needed,
Yeah.
sorry.
That's okay. You do have 2 letters, and that's all you have right now as of January 21st. Those will need to be read into the record. I'm hoping someone other than me will do that.
I haven't.
Okay, good. And at this time, I do recommend, because in part we do need, this is the first time the board has heard this. This is, there's a lot to this. It's not a simple review and plan. This is your first time seeing it. I do recommend that, you hear from the abutters, you hear any concerns or questions, hear from the board, but that this does be continued to a date and time certain for the purposes of, allowing the board consideration, or if the applicant needs to revise any plans. And as I said in an email I sent you, this is not a continuation of the Royal, which you've already done. It would be, my recommended motion says the Royal. It should say the Witchmere. So, thank you, Craig, for finding that.
And that's all I have for now. I'm sure there will be more at another time.
I have a piece of correspondence from Jack Welch, a person known to me, by the way, sent January 12, 2020, to Charlene Greenhouse, comments on proposed Witchmere Beach Grill. Dear Ms. Greenhouse, neighbors forwarded elevations of the beach grill proposed by the Witchmere Beach Club. I live on Snow Inn Road, and though I would offer comments to the planning board as you decide, and thought I would offer comments to the planning board as you decide how to move forward. Current owners of Witchmere have been good for the club, and the improvements to the property they have made over the years have been tastefully done. However, my opinion is the proposed new structure is too large for the Myrtle Beach area. In particular, a 50-foot tall structure is completely out of place on the beach. My recommendation is for the planning board to limit the size and especially the height of the new structure. On the other issue, on summer weekends, there are hundreds of cars that travel down Snow Inn Road, and this new facility should add considerably to that. Many of the Witchmere guests drive way too fast for a residential neighborhood, and this is especially true at the end of the night after drinking or at a wedding. I asked the town to consider seasonal placement of speed bumps outside the club to discourage speeding, similar to what we would find on the way to Stone Horse Yacht Club. Thank you for your consideration. John Welch, 42 and 45 Snow Inn Road, and I'm going to make that part of the record. I next have a letter from Thomas and Lonnie Cosma, 299 West 12th Street, New York, New York. Dear Charlene, thank you for receiving this letter and sharing it with members of the Town Planning Board. We write to oppose certain facets of the applicant's plan to modify and further expand the subject property known as Witchmere Beach Club. An expansion coming only several weeks after the last expansion, several years after the last expansion, excuse me. We hope concerns expressed herein will help inform the deliberation decisions made by the Planning Board regarding the plans proposed by Witchmere Harbor Real Estate LLC. We have owned property in Harwich for almost 30 years and currently own 19 Davis Lane and 23 Davis Lane, two homes located near the Witchmere Beach Club. We are familiar with Witchmere Beach Club, were members years ago, and friends of and neighbors who are current members. In recent years, we and others have been negatively impacted by the heightened levels of activity associated with Witchmere Beach Club, and for increasing longer periods of time each year, no longer limited to the months of July and August. These negative impacts include noise pollution, traffic congestion, safety, pedestrian safety, and parking. As a result, the character and charm of our cherished neighborhood has deteriorated, so in direct proportion to increased activity levels at Witchmere Beach Club. The latest expansion proposed before the Planning Board, if approved, will result in higher activity levels at Witchmere Beach Club and make an untenable and safe situation for many even worse in several areas. Expansion of club facilities, beach grill, and coastal bar pavilion. The application before the Planning Board indicates Witchmere Beach Club intends to replace the existing small beach house and replace it with a much larger and taller structure called a beach grill, running on the far west side of the property, immediate adjacent to Myrtle Beach. This building will be significantly higher, above 50 feet larger, and much more impactful than what is currently there, and will sit on a pile foundation and will feature ground-level pool deck space, a 3,000 square foot restaurant, and an 1,854 square foot kitchen on the first floor, which is up one level, set at 18-foot elevation. A sizable open-air lounge and bar on the roof deck above the restaurant, the floor of the roof deck set at 34 feet. This goes on. Pardon?
You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Applicant promotes the fact that the number of restaurant seats in the property will remain constant at 650, but fails to account for what will be a growing number of people standing. Unseated individuals will utilize the proposed open-air lounge and roof deck planned for the level above the expanded restaurant, typical for any lounge or bar. Think Ember Restaurant patio. Also, one must consider the shifting location of those 650 seats. As plans suggest, many more seats will now be on the property perimeter. The proposed use of the beach grill will be somewhat quite different than the much smaller beach house is being used for today. A change of use that deserves your close examination and scrutiny. Consider that this new beach grill alone will be bigger and larger in every way than the Ember Restaurant. It is hard to comprehend the logic of placing an additional restaurant bar lounge of that side and scale anywhere on the Witchmere Beach Club property, let alone on the very edge of the 20-acre property immediately adjacent to Myrtle Beach. This proposal location is the exact spot where the negative impact to others will be greatest. Further, the drastic expansion of the current beach house into this much larger beach grill shall be considered in the light of the proposed significant expansion relocation of this coastal bar pavilion. And importantly, in light of the several rounds of expansion the town has granted Witchmere Beach Club in recent years. At what point will the size, scope, and impact of the physical structure on Witchmere Beach Club property be contained? We believe the proposed drastic increase in size, scale, purpose, and use of the beach grill and coastal bar pavilion will inevitably lead to more activity on Witchmere Beach Club property and will translate into a worsening of existing problems associated with the traffic, pedestrian, safety, noise, pollution, and light. Can you pick it up at 2?
Yep. 2, traffic and pedestrian safety. Witchmere Beach Club abuts sensitive coastal areas on 3 sides and sits at the end of Snow Inn Road, a narrow winding road with no sidewalk. Public parking in the neighborhood is non-existent. As such, Snow Inn Road has become the main route for pedestrians and bicyclists seeking access to Witchmere Harbor and Myrtle Beach. These pedestrians, including families with young children in strollers and wagons full of beach gear, are now forced to dodge a steady stream of vehicles, including large commercial trucks, driving to and from Witchmere Beach Club. It is now common for traffic jams, backups to build at the intersection of Snow Inn Road and Route 28. As a result, vehicles going to or coming from Witchmere Beach Club now frequently bypass the congestion on Snow Inn Road by cutting across Davis Lane to access Bayview Road. This has become an increasingly dangerous situation as Davis Lane is a very narrow, one-direction, unpaved, unlit private way. During the summer, it is now virtually impossible for area residents to access Bayview Road or Snow Inn Road without backing up and pulling onto private property to yield to oncoming traffic or pedestrians. Davis Lane is not able to accommodate any volume of two-way traffic, let alone to absorb the increasing flow of Witchmere Beach Club traffic at all hours of the day. With no streetlights of any kind, Davis Lane has become especially dangerous for pedestrians and residents in the evening. Neighborhood traffic issues and pedestrian safety concerns are a direct result of increased traffic associated with Witchmere Beach Club. We believe the expansion plan submitted by Witchmere Beach Club will lead to additional traffic congestion in the area or further compromise pedestrian and vehicular safety and further inconvenience neighborhood residents. 3, noise pollution. Much debate is ongoing within the town on matters of noise pollution, specifically as it relates to noise levels beyond a 150-foot perimeter and on what days and at what time amplified music is permitted. This debate, driven by the Town of Harwich Ad Hoc Noise Committee, is not limited to Ember, the Port, and Perks, but rather any establishment that prevents a resident from peacefully enjoying their home. We reside over 150 feet from Witchmere Beach Club and hear clearly their amplified music on many days and most evenings. Like many, we avoid calling the police, as doing so could deplete precious resources available for more critical or urgent matters. As a result, we now limit our time outdoors and resist the temptation to open our windows. Tenants using our rental property next door frequently complain about the noise and have refused to return specifically because of the disruption coming from Witchmere Beach Club. Our ability to enjoy our home and to attract tenants to our rental property has been compromised by the loud and disruptive noise emanating from Witchmere Beach Club. Please consider that Witchmere Beach Club presents many unique noise challenges, including A, use of the Witchmere Beach Club property goes well beyond the 12-week summer season and typically runs from April through November. B, the number of people on Witchmere Beach Club property can include hundreds of club members and guests. At the same time, hundreds of others attend weddings and celebratory events. 650 seats at the property is a large number. C, many entertainment food spaces are outdoors and other indoor spaces are frequently transformed to open air spaces via removable doors and windows. Witchmere Beach Club's website notes the capacity of their separate entertainment spaces as follows: private beach or beach tent event up to 500 guests, grand lawn tent up to 500 guests, hydrangea room up to 280 guests, harbor room up to 450 guests, ocean room up to 300 guests. All of these spaces exclude the proposed beach grill and coastal bar pavilion. G, Witchmere Beach Club entertainment food spaces abut sensitive coastal resources such as Witchmere Harbor, Myrtle Beach, or open dune areas that serve to exacerbate noise levels. E, Witchmere Beach Club typically has loud amplified music throughout both the day and evening. This negatively impacts area residents as well as all in Harwich who utilize Myrtle Beach for sunbathing and recreation during the day. This amplified music is clearly audible hundreds of feet beyond the perimeter of club property. F, given the sheer size of the various Witchmere Beach Club entertainment spaces and the number of individuals present, music is always amplified and typically loud. Multiple events across multiple venues take place at the same time. G, the proposed beach grill includes an elevated open-air lounge and roof deck bar and is to be located immediately adjacent to Myrtle Beach. This is flawed in scale, use, and location, and will certainly add to the already unacceptable levels of noise pollution. Further, we understand Witchmere Beach Club is anxious to extend beyond 10 p.m. the time for playing amplified music across their multiple property venues, which would accretive to the profits, which would be accretive to their profits, but come at a great cost to local residents. Proposed building plans specifically with regard to the beach grill are not compatible with area residents peacefully enjoying their homes during the day and or evening, and are not compatible with residents and visitors seeking to enjoy leisurely time on Myrtle Beach. Conclusion. The size of the relevant land mass associated with Witchmere Beach Club has not grown over time. What has grown at Witchmere Beach Club time and time again is the size and number of buildings on the property, and as a result, the flow of club members, residents, guests, workers, supplies, vendors, and those celebrating special events and weddings throughout the year. In simple terms, heightened use of the Witchmere Beach Club property brings with it heightened use of the surrounding neighborhood infrastructure. We believe an important and delicate balance must exist at all times between these two forces. We also believe this delicate balance has already been compromised, as the town has allowed Witchmere Beach Club to become a court in a pint container. The latest expansion plan submitted by the applicant promised to create a further imbalance, to do further harm to many Harwich residents and visitors, especially as it relates to noise pollution, traffic woes, pedestrian safety, and light pollution. For these and other reasons, we urge members of the Town Planning Board to deny the application. We also urge town officials to take immediate action to address an already dangerous public safety matter, namely the competition among vehicles, bicyclists, and pedestrians on the narrow, windy, and sidewalk-free public roads and private ways leading to and from Witchmere Beach Club, Myrtle Beach, Witchmere Harbor, and Nantucket Sound. Respectfully submitted, Cosmer, 19 Davis Lane and 23 Davis Lane.
Are Tom and Lonnie Cosber in attendance? Thank you. Thank you, Mary. Okay, members of the board. By the way, I'm incorporating by reference the letter that Ms. Marciello just finished reading, and also the letter from Mr. John Welch. So there'll be exhibits in this matter.
They're already in the case file.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
go ahead.
Thank you. When was the original development constructed? How old is
The beach grill
buildings
building
and
now?
development that you're replacing, or
93.
93?
93?
93, I think.
Air-ish?
Pools were put in.
Okay.
And the same thing for the structure?
Yeah.
Structure.
Except for the coastal restaurant.
The coastal pavilion was later. That was one of the, I did that one. That was in the early 2000s, before 2010-ish, I believe.
So basically, the age of the development that we're talking about is 20 to 25 years old, roughly?
Well, this end, before this was all built, back in the early 90s, there was a building, a large U-shaped building down on the water, with parking all around it. You know, and there were three, where you know, if you're looking at the property, the residential condominiums that are on the left, which are taller buildings, there were 4 hotel buildings there. So while this redevelopment here is about 28 years old or so, there was more intensive development here before, back in the, I have pictures from the 70s showing all of that, and so it was 60s, and it was a heavily used area, but this particular, what's there now was about the 27 or so years.
And that's really the focus of my question. So the reason that you're proposing the change or addition or new structures or rehabbing, whatever the right terminology is what would you say the top 2 motivators are? As I heard that there's no additional seating, it's not going to provide for additional event. You're not going to have more people than you currently are allowed for. What's the motivation after 25 years for redoing everything differently?
It's exactly, as I mentioned, it is to improve the guest experience. If you look at what's there today, you know, it's the old style, which is a sea of concrete around 2 pools that are squished near together, and the buildings themselves are down closer to the water. So what is being proposed on the larger screen, the goal, the impetus of it, is to improve the amenities that are there and the guest experience.
So, and is there any expansion in the size of the restaurant that would provide for the events in the restaurant area or wherever people are consuming food?
Well, the building, as you can see from the plan, is bigger. It maintains the westerly boundary, and it does expand to the east. So that building is bigger. And so the use, where the functions, the restaurant, the seating, where people can be, whether it's good weather or bad weather, will be able to be shifted on the property, as it is now with the buildings that are further north along the channel. So the space is being reconfigured and is, while the building is completely conforming, that building is bigger, as you can see on the plan, but it is to allow a better use and efficiency for the uses that are there.
So it's not something like, we've outgrown the kitchen space, we can only serve 650 meals or 500, and we want to be able to serve 650, so I need to expand my kitchen. That's not a reason or motivation for this.
Well, I think everything.
That's not going to happen.
Well, the kitchen's going to be better. Right now, it's in the floodplain. I can't. The kitchen's going to be a bit bigger, right? Yes. The kitchen right now is undersized. He says more. You know, so it is to make it more useful and to be more efficient. So we're not saying it's not getting bigger, but it is not to increase the intensity of the use that's there. It's to make it better and make it easier to, you know, prepare the food that's being prepared.
You have to understand, this is a membership club.
Understood.
In other words, it's not open to the public.
Right.
Correct.
Mary?
So I just, I'm looking for some numbers on the elevation on the beach grill. So I'm looking at A20. So the floor of the roof deck is it the height of 34 feet, correct?
Correct.
The floor of the roof deck.
Correct.
And then it looks like.
No, I'm sorry. Hold on. I think that's the roof of the. Hold on. Yeah, I think that's the roof up there. The floor is at 27. There we go.
This structure on the top is at 34, that roof, which is the pool
So
bar.
I'm looking at the flip side of that. I'm looking at the east elevation. Just
Can you flip?
if you can bear with me.
There we go.
Yeah. This is,
So that 34 feet looks like it's at what would be the floor of the.
No, it's.
This entire part of the building, that is 27 feet.
Okay,
That's the vast majority. The 34 feet refers to the top of the pool building. This is actually, been modified, it's actually a little bit lower, but essentially, it's directly, you can't see this right now, but that roof structure is directly behind the octagon. So, as we said before, the building structure itself is perpendicular to the public viewing. The only way you can see the pool, the roof deck itself is if you were standing in the middle of the conservation area of Myrtle Beach. I mean, you can't, or if you're way down where the houses are, you could probably see it, but that's not gonna affect.
no, but I mean,
Yeah.
so say if I'm standing at Myrtle Beach, I'm trying to see the scale.
Yep.
So I think I would think the plan looks like,
Can you go to the
You
other
can go to
plan?
the other elevation?
it looks like the 34 feet
There
should
we
be,
go.
should be
Yeah.
moved higher.
See, this is what they're referring to as the 34 feet,
Okay.
right?
I'm,
And that's,
again, I'm looking at the east elevation, and there's a note that looks like it's at the floor. That's what I'm asking for clarification.
This is the Myrtle Beach
Yeah,
side.
yeah,
I'm very confused, because
Okay.
Because it looks like, if you're looking at the Myrtle Beach side, which is still public, the floor looks like shows it 34 feet. And then you,
That's not the Myrtle Beach side, just so you know.
okay, so this is the east elevation.
Right, you're looking at it from the east. This is
Okay,
so
so
this
this
is
is the
facing the
Witchmere
pool
Harbor.
side. Which, correct, that's.
So this is the Witchmere side,
correct,
okay.
that's the
Thank you for
Witchmere-
correcting me.
Yeah, that's the,
So 34 feet, you're saying is not the floor, it's the top of, what's the shaded portion? Is that a glass wall that's gonna be there for protection? Is it a?
yes.
Okay,
that's
so
The
there's
glass.
a windbreak.
So is
Windbreaker.
is it a railing and then glass, or is it,
It's
I just can't tell from
glass all the way up.
okay.
So there's a railing,
So the railing shows that it's about at waist height.
yeah, it's 42 inches right there.
So the top of that glass
It's 6 feet.
is 6 feet above the 27?
27. But it's glass.
I understand that.
Yeah. And this right here is what's right at that, is the top of the cupola.
Right.
That's right below the 50-foot mark. And again, this is a very pitched roof, so the massing doesn't, at 50 feet is very,
So what about the
Accepted.
height of the roof that's behind it?
that's gonna be the
34.
34.
34 did you say?
Yeah, that should be 34.
So 27 plus 6 is 33,
30.
and it looks like it's taller than the glass. So I'm just saying, the numbers don't look right to me.
yeah, me either.
We will clarify
Yeah,
that
we'll
for you.
If
I
you
mean,
could.
Yeah.
And can,
Sure, we'll
if
do
I
that.
may follow up, did you say that middle square, not the cupola, the middle,
That's,
has been redesigned and is shorter?
It's shorter.
Then we need revised
Yeah,
plans
yeah.
Okay, we'll get that to you.
with the
And we'll
actual elevations.
We'll
and
label everything on it.
heights.
Yep.
okay. So,
You done, Mayor?
I think so for now, thank you.
Go ahead.
The basement under that building, is that a faux basement?
No, it's below 6 feet. It's, in the flood zone, you're allowed to have space underneath.
Right.
You know, most people park their car underneath it, but that's not the case
You're
here.
not gonna be doing that.
No, there's a passageway to get from the kitchen down to the beach down there, and they'll probably, bring the trash out that way.
You're not gonna use it for storage.
No, it would be,
So what,
Certain things are expressly allowed in the floodplain.
right,
Maybe we can
Parking, storage, and building access are all allowed underneath that main level in this building, in the velocity zone.
okay, so what do you use for the blowout area?
I'm sorry?
For the blowouts?
I mean,
Oh, they'll have breakaway panels.
breakaway.
well, they actually pivot. They don't break away anymore.
Don't break away?
They don't break away anymore. They
Okay.
pivot at the top and they go like this.
Okay,
So they-
Yeah, otherwise it'd be in someone's yard.
getting there, okay, thank you.
Just as an aside, for many years, nobody knew Myrtle Beach was there.
Yeah.
And I raised hell at one point and made them go in and cut all the brush down so you could see the sign. But a lot of people don't realize there's a public beach in this town known as Myrtle Beach. And especially, I think, some of the folks who live on that road would just assume nobody ever knew it was a public beach, but such as it is. Go ahead.
Is this project will be done during the summer months?
Over the winter.
No, yeah, over the winter. The idea would be to start construction after this season and to be done before next season.
My concern would be where Freeman comes into 28 and you have Snow Road. That road is very narrow going down to the beach. And I picture large vehicles going down there, whether it be pumping trucks for concrete or just delivery of materials.
It'd be off-season.
So my concern would be if it's not, that some type of police presence should be available during that time if they can coordinate when those trucks would be coming down there. Or if not that, at least some type of visual signage be
You're
placed.
talking like a police detail or
Yeah.
something?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, especially when those trucks are coming down there. That's a very narrow area.
We can certainly coordinate, I mean, there'll be a lot of coordination before the project gets built. We'll be coordinating with town departments, and we can also coordinate with police as necessary.
If I'm at fire and building, we'll definitely want to know how you're going to coordinate, where you're going to be doing staging areas and that kind of thing, so you're not blocking
Oh, yeah.
the roadway and traffic and emergency egress.
Right. And they were at, it was fire or police. One of them was at the staff meeting we had.
Fire.
Fire was there, so we'll definitely keep working. And Bruce, thank you. I didn't know everyone was behind us. So we will definitely keep doing that.
Thank you.
Anybody else on the board?
Quick question.
Go ahead.
The hedges that are in the walkways, how high are those?
They're 6 feet, so the thought would be they go that high for some protection and sandwich in to make the fences disappear.
Fence is in the bush, is
In the
what you
bush.
said. Yeah.
As a father of 3, I can't help but notice the kiddie pool is now separated from the main pool, so keeping the buffer.
I'm not sure if you're saying that's good or not.
That's-
Yeah, don't answer
just-
that
just
question.
noticed.
Yeah.
Anybody else on the board have any questions? Anybody in the public have any comment? Please be kind enough to identify yourself.
Yeah, my name is Bob Nickerson, and I have property on Davis Lane, Main Street, and Bayview.
You got the place around it.
Family's been here a long time.
I bet it does.
So first, since we just talked about this, can we see a 2.0 elevation?
I'm
East,
sorry, your
west,
question
you gotta
again,
I
please?
don't have them numbered. Which elevation, sir?
It's their drawing number.
I know, but I don't have the
Oh.
right numbers on here.
I have it right here.
Right
I
here?
know, but I don't know which.
I think it's the one from the Witchmere side.
It's
No.
the east.
This one.
A2 has
No,
the east.
east
and the
elevation.
south.
Yeah.
The east?
East elevation,
That's east elevation.
That's the east elevation of the main building.
south elevation.
South right beneath it.
Okay, if
Right.
you look at those numbers, it's 34 feet to the deck level,
That's not the top.
okay? That's 34 feet. All right? What I would like them to see when they come back again is an overlay of the existing buildings on here to see the impact visually of what's changing. We have no idea right now. That whole grade is being lifted up. It's much more massive structure, okay? I think that's the first thing that needs to be done. I'm going to repeat probably some of the things in the letters of my neighbors, but I think they're important enough to be repeated. First off, visual impact. Looking south, new massive structure. I walk down Snow Inn Road every day with my dogs, and I can look down and see the water. I'm thinking I'm not going to see the water much anymore. All right? From Myrtle Beach, a 50-foot-plus wall, I guess 40 is what they're telling me now, is going to be right next to me. It's not 40 feet right now. From the south, obviously, now we've got this new massive structure that's now being put in place. The structure's raised 12 feet above where it is just as a starting point because of flood. And so, and again, I just had it written down, but he did not give us an overlay, a hidden figure overlay on all these shots to show us what it looked like now, what they're proposing it to look like. I think that's necessary. Noise impact, as everyone has in their alcohol license, they have noise criteria for entertainment, and that's that 150 foot. I've gone to every noise committee meeting since they started this last year, and they're under the same guidelines and requirements. I've heard that noise in downtown Harwich proper, sometimes without music playing. So Cosmer was not incorrect. Not every day, but it happens.
You're talking about noise coming from these premises?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, so here's something that didn't come up yet. So how will the noise be mitigated with 4 bars on site? Tiki bar, roof bar, second floor bar, coastal bar. How many bars do we need? Now, it really kind of stretches my mind that someone's putting this level of money in and has no impact with the number of people who are going to use the facility. So how is that monitored? How do we know there's 650 people there or 1,000 people there? Who's going to be sitting there with a counter? We have no idea.
I think their membership is required in their license.
You don't know how they're all going to show up at the same time. You don't know how many
Understand
guests
that.
they're going to have.
Yeah.
There's a lot of other parameters that can be outside of that.
Yep.
Okay? What about any prerequisites on the mitigation for natural resources in respect to noise, piping plovers, which my beach, because I own on Davis Lane and I have beach property, have to have piping plover, fencing all off. They're now, I understand, less restrictive over there, and they're not restricted at all on the town beach.
You say over there, you're talking about?
Beach
which
club.
reg-
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
From what I understand, they've now designated a small section for the plovers. They'll all know to go there, of course. And then the rest of it, they don't have to. On my beach, I have that all the way till August 1st. All right? Light, the number of lights. What kind of light mitigation, what kind of light studies? It's quite interesting. There's 164 pages in that directory, that whole packet they gave us. 130 pages are pictures of lights. 130, not pictures of all the structures and all that, lights. I think a little bit out of whack. Increased number of people that walk down Snow Inn to Myrtle Beach. Again, huge issue. A lot of people walk down there. Somebody is going to get hit, I guarantee it, because people go really fast down Snow Inn. They can't control
It's the only way you
that.
can get there. You can't park.
I know, and I'm not saying they can control the speed. I mean, as an owner, you can't control the speed. But I'm saying that's an issue for the town to be concerned about. A number of accidents have happened on Snow Inn to 28. All right, so there's a concern there. No sidewalks, obviously, 2-lane road. And then again, to reiterate, on Davis Lane, it's a one-way dirt road that goes down about 50 feet, turns directly 90 degrees for about 20 feet, turns again another 90 degrees and goes another 60 feet. And this is a traffic pattern that some of these people are following to get over to Bayview, and it's also a dangerous situation. Now, there was a private lane, one-way beach sign there at one time, but when that new building at the end was built, that was taken down, but I'm working to get it replaced. I don't know if it'll stop the traffic.
Would you say that again? I'm sorry. I didn't get the beginning of that, please.
So when you go down Davis Lane, it's a short distance, a turn, one way. It's only like
I'm
12
familiar.
feet wide.
Yeah,
Okay, and then you turn again, and then you're on Bayview Road, it's 50, 60 feet away. Very dangerous, people walking down, no place for them to go, cars coming down faster than they should. Not a good place for cars to go down. That's why it's a private lane. It's not being used that way. It's being used by people all the time coming out of the club or going the other way into the club. And they're not the only ones. I'm not saying they're just those. I'm saying that that has to stop. And having more and more traffic is gonna happen.
I'm unclear. What do you mean? You don't want to allow people to drive on Davis Lane?
It's a private lane.
I know, I drive it every day. Don't tell me what it is.
It's a
I know
private
it is.
lane. It shouldn't be hundreds of people coming down that private lane on a one-way road where you can't turn around.
Well, no
anyway.
disrespect, but that's not this board's purview.
I know it's
and
not
we
this
can't
board, but
control
you're
that.
saying
No,
what
that's a
impacts are
police
into the
issue.
neighborhood. This is an impact, okay? I'm not asking you to mitigate it, I'm saying it's an impact,
Oh, sure. I understand the difference now.
okay? Okay, what kind of environmental analysis has been done on any of the bird population? Has any of that been looked at? What about water quality impact? Again, I'm skeptical that the number of people on site is not gonna go up. So will the septic system or the sewer treatment plant system handle that? I have no idea. Again, monitoring the number of people, and then is there any proposed mitigation for this project to try to offset what they're doing? But those are my comments at this time.
Give me some idea what you mean by mitigation.
Sometimes you can offset some of the impact that you raise by either buying land and donating it to the Nature Conservancy or the Conservation Group or stuff like that, in order to lessen, your impact is gonna hurt something, they do something to preserve something, they can do something.
Something else.
Correct.
I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else who wishes to be heard? Go ahead.
I know it's getting late, I'll make this
It's all right.
We're here all
I
night.
think we're gonna put the last thing on the agenda over for.
No, you're not.
Oh,
Oh, no, you're not.
Bruce
No, you're
Young,
not.
I'm the fire inspector in town. I also live at 678 Route 28 in Harwich Port. I just have two questions in it. Can you bring up the site plan again? Charlene?
Site plan.
Just the site plan, Charlene?
Oh.
The new site plan?
Yep, sorry.
In the southeast corner, where the pre-existing condos are, is there any type of fire department access to that adult pool? You said there's like chain link fence going all the way around the property. Is there a gate
Yes, there's a gate down at the end.
right there for us for access to get to this pool?
I don't have the full site plan
No,
to
that's
show
all.
you up here.
I'm just trying to find out, from this area here, with an ambulance and a stretcher coming down through here to get to this pool, or us coming along this way along the condos to get to this access, to get to this pool?
You've got that lower access there.
There's access here for us. It looks like it's just blocked there. I'm not quite sure what that is, if that's pavers or
Gate in. That's,
locked or unlocked? Unlocked. Unlocked. Unlocked during business hours. Good answer. Also, the other question, we have terrible access to this beach and to the beach in front of these condos and also out to the jetty. We've had people trip and fall on that jetty. And with this plan, if there's some way for us to get better access to this beach down here,
The same access down behind the building, that'll still be there. You know how you access
Wait,
the beach down?
Oh, yep.
wait.
One at a time. Go ahead. I'm unclear what you, please.
out in front of the condos here, out to the Witchmere Jetty and the beach in front, we have terrible access to that. We had a boat one night on the jetty. We've had people fall on the jetty, and getting out there is difficult for us to get there. There's a grassy area, there's a retainment wall there. It's difficult for us to get out there. We can drive down the beach from Bank Street Beach, but I was wondering if there's any type of access, better access there for us to get to that point.
Anyone
Stay away
speaking
still.
needs to go to a microphone.
Thank you.
And just, I think to respond, there is on the, this may not completely answer your question, but on the west side, next to the existing building, there is access down this side of the property.
Yep.
And then I think I heard behind me that there's some stairs here. Yes. There's stairs. We can still coordinate with you.
Yeah, that just from that west side across that sandy beach out to in front of those condos to that jetty is a hike.
Okay.
So those are my only two concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Anybody else wishes to be heard? All right. I have a motion to continue this matter.
Yeah, I move that we can,
A couple things before you continue, just so we're clear on what you all want. We need the revised landscape plan, we need revised building plans, as was requested or pointed out by Mr. Nickerson. Do you want to see elevations of what it looks like now, shadowed in over what the new elevations are going to be? That's up for you to decide, not for Mr. Nickerson to decide. I don't know if that's something you all want, but if you do, let's make sure that the applicant knows it. I'm just
I'm not sure
bringing
what
it up.
you're suggesting.
So to see
Mr.
the height
Nickerson brought
differences.
up what the existing elevation height looked like. So if you have this on the Merkle Beach, you know,
That'd be
what
s-
the
that'd be
existing,
superimposed on.
it would be superimposed
Yeah.
to see that. I'm just asking you so we know the direction.
Do you need a motion? I'll make a
No.
motion.
No.
Okay.
not yet.
No, just consensus that that's what you want. I would hate to see it continued, oh, well, we wanted that, without them knowing it. So I want to be sure they know what it is you guys want.
And the elevations the elevations on the building plans that actually show.
Exactly, that's very
Because
important.
I am still,
I'm still very confused
yeah,
on that.
on the glass, and because I do want the height on the glass and the height on that, the other roof, even if it's behind
Yep,
the pergola, I
agree.
still am curious as to what those are.
Yep.
And the volume of them.
Yep. And if I might, not only just the elevation, but I think it needs to be the overall, you know, we've got the elevation, which it is, but what is the height from the ground level?
Well, it's also, I think it's
Yeah.
also important that you see, if their building is getting raised because of the flood
Right.
plain issue, it's still
Yes.
important to see the existing
Oh,
versus
exactly.
existing versus new.
Yep.
Well, I want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying, because, and I'm talking to the architect here about that, because the existing building is there, but there were no existing, hasn't been drawn, you know, anytime in the last 30 years. Is that what you're talking about, wanting to see both, or?
Well, I mean, with technology today, you should be able to take a photograph of the existing elevations of the existing building and then superimpose the drawn, I would think. I've
proposed.
seen it done, the proposed. I've seen it done.
This is Dave Harris.
Oh, yeah.
Dave Harris. Even the simplest CAD programs will do that.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of, all right. All right, so I just want to add to the, are you adding that to the list?
That's, I think,
Yes.
I
yes.
think it was consensus,
I
yeah.
would find it
Yeah,
helpful.
absolutely.
Super.
Did you have a comment down the end there?
No, he was ready to make a
No.
motion.
Ready is
I
No,
just
we
want
don't need a motion.
we just want to clarify.
Question for Charlene.
Go ahead.
We still use the four-sided average for the building heights?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a question, maybe Charlene. The turnaround in
Yep.
front of the new proposed building, are there any requirements in terms of size and radii or radius or anything like that? So-
It's not a subdivision road, it's
Right,
not a
that's what I-
cul-de-sac, so no.
So nothing that we can regulate, or anything that the town can?
No, I mean, it should be accessible by fire and fire apparatus.
That's what I was
Yeah.
thinking about. You can get an ambulance, maybe not a fire engine or ladder truck in there. Okay.
I don't want to be the guy driving the ladder truck. Okay, anything else?
I think,
I just want to clarify one thing, if
Sure,
I
go
could.
ahead. Sure.
You asked for the revised landscape plan, the revised elevations with the heights labeled, et cetera, and you want us to superimpose the existing and the proposed elevations of the Beach Grill building.
Well, I think it's the existing the existing buildings with what is replacing it, so,
Right, that's the Beach Grill is what I'm talking, yes.
right.
Okay. So I'll make sure we get you what you're asking for.
yeah, and if I
Because
might,
the coastal bar doesn't exist now, so
No, it does.
it
Oh,
does.
the
Yeah.
coastal pavilion
it's
is
just
right here.
extending, all right.
Right.
but that's
Well,
right,
it's
just extending.
horizontal, it's being moved and extended just for the
Yep.
bathrooms.
Okay.
And if it's not clear that what the extension of that is, so just new area is the bathrooms.
Okay, it's
a
just the
note on there.
bathrooms,
Yeah.
but, okay, yeah,
Yeah.
and it's,
Yep.
so, yeah, it is just this rectangle right there. Everything else is the same As you can see here, it's just being shifted over. Okay.
So could I ask what meeting date are we looking for?
I'm suggesting no sooner than the 25th of February, which is,
Anybody have any
Well,
problem with
and
that?
I'd like to suggest no later than February 25th.
How about February 25th?
Just a point of clarification, because I know you used this terminology before and it kind of threw me.
Yeah.
You said the current, what's it called, coastal?
The pavilion, this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is just being moved, so is the physical building being moved, or is it being knocked down and a new structure being built?
It's going to physically be picked up and moved, and then just
And added
to
onto
the roof, added
24
onto the
feet
bathrooms.
For the bathrooms?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. The Beach Grill building is a new building. That would be new.
if the board is continuing this to the 25th, I would ask the applicant to indulge me, because I'm actually going to take a few days off, which hasn't happened in a very long time, and the 17th is a holiday. If there is any way for the meeting on the 25th that I can get any revised plans by, like the 11th of February at the latest, that would be ideal. If they can be sooner than that, perfect, but I am going to be away the 13th and not being back again until the 18th. It's my honey's birthday, so I'm going away.
That works.
Okay,
So then I move we continue the public hearing for PB 2019-27, Witchmere Harbor Real Estate LLC to February 25th, 2020, no earlier than 6:30 PM.
Second.
all in favor?
Roll call.
Roll call.
Arthur Rose.
Dave Harris, aye.
Joe McFarland, aye.
Mary Maslowski, aye.
Alan Peterson, aye.
William Fields, aye.
Craig Chadwick, aye.
Done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Andrew, don't go far.
25th, was it?
25th, yep.
25th.
Charlene,
Yes, sir.
you want to do the Camelot tonight? You don't?
Oh my God, there's people here. You can't not do
okay.
it.
Most of the people have traveled.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, and we've got the other things we've got to do tonight, Joe. The zoning and, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Quick.
Should have had some dinner.
Do you need something? Do you
Nah, I'm
want
all right.
dinner
I'm
for a
okay.
bit? I don't want to go. I did it once.
Yeah.
No, I'm okay.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
If you're
We can
not,
take a short, do you want a break?
Go.
if you're not, just say it.
Yeah. Okay, PB 2019-47, 525 Camelot LLC. Seeks approval of a modification of a site plan review special permit, PB 216-20 and 1713, and a restaurant fast food takeout use special permit pursuant to the Code of Town of Harwich, 325-9, 14.0, 51 and 55. Use will be in association with a retail use, and 24 seats, including 5 outdoor seats, are proposed. The property located at 557 Route 28, AKA Howardsport Commons, map 14, parcel B9, in the CV and RH1 zoning district.
Good evening.
Good evening. Go.
So I'm doing the same speed of turnaround that you guys are. For the record, Andrew Singer, attorney in Dennisport, here on behalf of the applicant. With me is Chris Henry, a representative of the applicant owner. Also with us is Sean Riley from Coastal Engineering, who is the project engineer. This project was before you in 2016 and was modified in 2017 for the new mixed-use building that was recently reconstructed on the property at 557 Route 28 in Harwich Port Center. The first floor commercial space at that time was discussed to be anywhere from 1 to 4 commercial tenants. There are, now the proposal is for 1 commercial tenant, a retail market space that we will discuss. There will be no change to the 4 residential units on the second floor. The primary use of the commercial space will be a retail market, and that's allowed by right. We're not here for you for the retail market itself. It doesn't require further review. You already reviewed it. A component of the market, however, which is a deli with ice cream and coffee service, requires a use special permit, because under the town of Harwich zoning bylaw, that was a slip, wasn't it? Under the Harwich zoning bylaw, this type of a deli use is considered a fast food restaurant takeout business. And so it requires a use special permit for that. 24 seats are proposed for this. 19 of them would be inside and 5 would be outside. The inside of the building portion of the use, this gets a little complicated. The inside portion of the building use does not require site plan review. You already did that. What does require site plan review specifically are the outdoor seats. So we're here for two aspects of the proposal. One is the modification of the site plan review for these 5 seats at the 3 small tables out front, as shown on the plans, and then the new use special permit for that portion of the retail market that is the deli, ice cream, and coffee service. And that's why we're here before you. We would respectfully submit that the relief can be granted based on findings that you need to make, and the findings, we believe, are satisfied for the following reasons. The proposal will continue to be compatible with the surrounding land uses in the commercial downtown area of Harwichport Center, and they will not adversely affect the neighborhood. The property remains an appropriate location for the proposed use, including the outside seating, and will enhance the commercial downtown district. There will be no nuisance or serious hazard to vehicles or pedestrians. The existing parking spaces, which are behind the building, 62 spaces, which you reviewed and permitted just a couple years ago, will remain conforming for the proposed addition in the retail market of the deli use. I'm certainly sure you'll remember that the back parking is shared among 3 properties, and there was is a development agreement and easements that were entered into between those parties, which is up on the screen. Well, the parking is now, the site plan's up on the screen. Thank you, Charlene. That development agreement was a specific condition in your prior review of this property, and we would suggest that it again be made a condition of this review. Those agreements govern the access to, use of, and maintenance of that parking area, and that will still be followed. We submit that this proposal, which again does not change the parking demand, it still is conforming, will not result in adversely impact traffic safety and flow at the site. The applicant is aware, and you will hear from people in the audience, I know, and we've discussed this with the neighbors. We are aware that other customers of other area businesses this past season, last year, and some over the winter even, have been using the parking lot without permission. And the building has been empty up until now. It was constructed, but it wasn't empty last season. While no formal complaints have been made to the owner, we did, when we met with the 2 immediate neighbors, did discuss this issue with them because they did raise it. The applicant has restated its commitment to abide by the development agreement, which governs the use and monitoring of the parking area. Hours of operation are proposed to be 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., 7 days a week, and we suggest will be appropriate for the downtown Harwichport Center. Adequate and appropriate facilities are provided for the proper operation of the proposed site. All of the activity, with the exception of those 5 seats, will take place in the building that you already approved. An enclosed trash area is provided in the rear of the property as you required in your prior approval. The loading facility, which is right here, has been striped and exists and will be utilized as the building becomes active with the commercial use. The septic system that was installed has sufficient design and capacity to handle the proposed use within the retail market. The lighting at the site complies with Harwich lighting regulations. Signage complies with the Harwich regulations. All necessary facilities and utilities are and will continue to be provided. Again, this is a request within the allowed retail market to have the deli service. It's not changing anything that you're going to see, other than the tables with some seats out front, that's there. Site drainage, landscaping, heat, air conditioning, electricity, water, all the utilities, they all remain the same and are adequate as you previously approved and required. You will have noticed that there is a significant number of people behind us, and they are not here to necessarily speak in favor of the application. There is a specific reason that I want to address why that is. If you look at the floor plans that we gave you, which are on these sheets, on one part of the labeling, there's a 30-foot run of cabinets that says wine, beer, and cheese. And we have met with Mr. Delamorte and Mr. Waystack. Mr. Delamorte owns, they're the two other owners on either side who share the parking. Mr. Delamorte, as you know, operates a liquor store. There is a dispute between the two, or a disagreement, let me say at this point, not a meeting of the minds, as to the potential for alcohol service in the future in the building. As you know, that is not something you necessarily approve. It is something that goes before the selectmen for licensing. It is an issue that is out there. We hope it can be resolved short of litigation, but at this point I'm not sure it can. But it's also not something that's before you tonight. That being said, and I did discuss this with Attorney Bill Kroll, who is here representing both gentlemen, what I would like to do, to at least for tonight's purposes, is to agree with the board that we could line out the words wine and beer on that run. The plan that we're asking you to approve, the site plan, and we can get you a revised one for the file. We are happy to take that off the plan so that it's not even a consideration of what you're looking at tonight. That is not a commitment that the owner may not seek the permits to do that through the licensing board, but you're going to hear a lot from the neighbors about alcohol and about that, you know, they don't want it here. And I'm not saying it ultimately ever will be here. I'm not saying that if there is litigation, I don't know who will prevail. But because it is not part of your jurisdiction, but it is labeled on the plan, we would like to just scratch those words out so that you have no concerns that whatever you're proposing tonight and approving tonight has any kind of a impact on what the Board of Selectmen may or may not do if the applicant applies for alcohol in the future. I realize that's a long discussion of something you don't usually look at, but it is important because that is going to be discussed tonight. We submit further that the proposal before you, with the scratching out of those words, remains in compliance with the Planning Board's rules and regulations governing site plan review. So there's therefore the project that's before you, which again is the outside seats, is approvable by you because it does comply with the rules and regulations. And we also submit that it complies with the zoning bylaw, that the request to have a deli within this retail farmers market will not be substantially more detrimental or cause any nuisance hazard or congestion in itself to the neighborhood, the business center, or the town. Finally, what we would, there were a number of conditions in your prior approval, and we would suggest that, you know, you would continue numbers 2 and 3. Number 2 in your old decision was that any further changes have to come back to the board. That makes sense. And number 3 was the condition I mentioned about the complying with the private development agreement that the parties have entered into. And we agree wholeheartedly to keep that in the decision as well. For those reasons, we'd ask you to make findings that the criteria set forth in the bylaw for the 2 requests before you are met, and we'd ask you to grant the amended site plan review for the outside seating and the use special permit for the deli service. We would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Okay, members of the board.
Or me.
Sorry.
That's okay. The applicant has requested no waivers at this time. Health Department, they did review this proposal back in July of 2017 with the following conditions. 1, construction and operation of the facility shall be as per the environmental impact report dated May 31, 2017, currently 4 retail spaces and 4 3-bedroom apartments, potential uses outlined, provided for the nitrogen loading capacity of 22.62 milligrams per liter, utilizing 12 bedrooms and a 57-seat food service facility. 2, septic decision capacity allows for up to 3,315 gallons per day. although current proposal is for 1,520 gallons per day. Applicant is aware that any change must be pre-approved by the applicant review board. If I'm going too fast, I'm sorry. Tell me slow down, I'm just trying to get through this fast. 3, septic system use is for non-industrial waste only. Building department, building permit is required. Did question the parking for the offloading delivery trucks. I think, Andrew, you addressed that. Engineering, fire, and police have no concerns. Planning staff comments. As has already been explained by Attorney Singer, the application before you is for a minor change to the site plan and for a use special permit relative to the restaurant, fast food, takeout only. The proposed retail market is an allowable use by right and requires no approval from the planning board. C, the proposed use is allowable in the CV zoning district through the special permit process. 3, the commercial use is restricted to the CV zoning district. A very small portion of the back part of the lot is in a residential zone, just to point that out. 4, no significant changes are proposed for the site plan. However, condition to the total number of outdoor seating is recommended, as is a condition that the outdoor seats not restrict sidewalk use or impede accessibility. 5, the parking is provided as adequate for the proposed uses. 6, standard conditions are recommended. 7, any signage will require a sign permit from the building department. I have provided you with a draft motion. In addition to conditions already cited, 1 through 5, I would also include that remove wording from the floor plan regarding beer and wine, and also that all previous conditions shall run with this application.
Thank you.
Can
Go
I
ahead.
ask Charlene one question?
Yes.
So all prior conditions run with this application, all prior conditions on the
Previously approved site plan, so you can.
site plan approval?
Because in the decision, this is a modification of site plan review special permit, so that's part of the main motion. I mean, you can say, refer back to those,
Excuse me.
but I think it's already implied. Or all previous conditions imposed by the planning board shall run with this application.
Okay. Anybody on the board? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Looking at the plan, the Route 28 side, it appears to me that the 3 tables with the 5 seating, 3 seats at the middle table, looks like 1 and 1 on the ones. Those appear to be in front of entrance and egress doors. Are those going to be blocked off and not be used as entry and exit, or am I misreading the print?
That's how I read it.
These doors, they're going to, I don't think should be there and there.
They would be moving tables.
Yeah, they're movable tables. I see what exactly, you're looking at this plan, Mr. Chadwick, and you're absolutely right. They need to be shifted over to in front of the windows.
So those,
They're not meant to be locking doors.
okay,
Go to the window too.
yeah.
It's not determined which door is going to be the
So
front
that,
entrance yet.
those,
Yeah.
those 2
With those.
doors, those will be the
currently
main
doors that could be-
entry
No,
and
which door can be
exit for the business?
Well, that has not been determined. If the main entrance becomes from the side, then those doors may not be used as doors. They may become, just closed at all times. If those were the main entrance, then obviously they'd be moved. So they have to get an operator in there to decide where exactly they want to have that main entrance. If that helps answer the question.
It was 4 retail spaces.
Anybody else?
It used to be that's as Mr. Henry's saying, it used to be 4 retail spaces, so that's why they had doors
Right.
everywhere.
Right.
Now with one, they're probably not gonna all be doors, or they won't all be used as doors.
And I would look to the fire marshal for whatever the code requires for egress from emergency egress. If they're not gonna be used as your normal everyday entrance and exit doors, they push bar to exit.
Yep.
Thank you.
It will be required as part of the building permit process and for the purposes of fire to show an egress plan, so that they are required to do that.
Okay, members of the board. Anybody else? Okay, I have a correspondence. My name is Joseph Delamorta, and I am the owner of Cranberry Liquors in Harwichport. My property is located adjacent to the Harwichport Commons on Route 28, also known as 525 Camelot LLC. I am writing to you today about the proposed modification of use for the first floor of the Commons. In particular, their intent to put a public market in that space. Specific to that plan is the intent to sell beer and wine requiring a package store license. In 2016, a restrictive covenant prohibiting the sale of alcohol was agreed to by and between Camelot LLC and my company. As of this meeting, their intention is not to honor this agreement. While this issue may not be the direct purview of the planning board, in the interest of minimizing time and money spent, I am asking you to deny this aspect of their plan, as it will result in civil litigation should they proceed to violate the covenant. I have attempted to work in good faith with these folks. There are aspects of the project that have clearly benefited both parties. During the construction phase of their project, my business suffered measurably. I recall customers of mine slowing to enter with the intent of shopping at my store, only to see obstacles associated with the construction project, at which point they would drive off. There are several minor aspects of our current operation that are not up to par, but again, I proceed in good faith. Their decision to sell beer and wine could be harmful to my business, unnecessarily increase the density of package stores in Harwichport, and ultimately contribute to what I believe will be a mediocre business environment for both parties in the town. I respectfully request the planning board deny this aspect of the plan being proposed by Harwichport Commons. I appreciate your attention and time and attention to this matter. Joseph Delmorti, owner of Cranberry Liquors. Is Mr. Delmorti here? Do you want to be heard at all, sir? By the way, I'll make that part of the record.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, Attorney Bill Kroll from Harwichport. I'd like to speak before Mr. Delamorti, if I may.
Sure. Are you representing him, sir?
I'm representing him and Richard and Bernadette Waystack.
I'll help you.
And Mr. Delamorti owns and operates Cranberry Liquors on one side of this property, and Mr. and Mrs. Waystack are trustees of Avalon Sunset Trust, and they own where the Jack Conway real estate office is. I have copies for the board of the restrictive covenant that was referred to in Mr. Delmorti's letter. May I?
It's copied. He included a copy of the...
You folks have all seen it and read it? Okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
This property, as you know, is the heart of Harwichport. And 2 years ago, and I'll try to be brief because of the lateness of the hour, but it deserves our attention. 2 years ago, this board granted a special permit after the parties involved, the petitioner and the Waystacks and Mr. Delmorti, negotiated. At that time, the petitioner was represented by Attorney James Stinson and Attorney Michael Ford. And we did work out, after many discussions and meetings, several meetings with this board, a development agreement that the board said, you've got differences of opinion, come back after you've resolved them and you have a development agreement, come back, we'll incorporate that as part of the special permit decision, and everything will go smoothly, which it did until now. The restrictive covenant protects Mr. Delmorti from competing liquor sales, as stated in the restrictive covenant. The development, the proposed development for the last year or so, with all due respect, does not appear to have worked. Whatever business model has not worked because the building remains empty. And the developer now is splitting hairs concerning what the restrictive covenant says, when that covenant was pivotal in getting Mr. Delmorti and the Waystacks to agree to the special permit 2 years ago. So if you bear with me, my clients feel that now, at their expense, especially Mr. Del Morte's expense, that the developer is, it's not enough that he would have a deli and call it a farmer's market on the property with 24 seats, et cetera, and 5 seats outside, but now he wants to sell liquor on site in direct competition with Mr. Del Morte right next door. There will be a consequential substantial detriment to Mr. Del Morte and to the local business community as a whole. My clients feel that the petitioner has not been negotiating and acting in good faith during this matter. We've had several discussions among the parties and with Attorney Singer, and the petitioner even has received proposed language from Attorney Singer regarding the sale of liquor on site on the petitioner's property, asking my clients to approve that language. So it's clearly the intention of the petitioner to have liquor sales on site on that property, in direct contradiction with the terms of the restrictive covenant. I know that Attorney Singer and his client will say that, and they've already said that they have a different interpretation of the restrictive covenant, and that it would not restrict the sale of a six-pack or a bottle of wine after you have your lunch at the deli. That may not sound like much, but it's very hurtful to a small businessman such as Mr. Del Morte when he's right next door. It's definitely part of their business model, of their business plan. They can scratch out the words beer and wine all they want on the plan, but it's part of the plan. We have said previously that if we could resolve the sale of liquor issue, that we basically would have not a large problem with the special permit this evening. Reserve the right to argue that there would be a substantial detriment to Mr. Del Morte and to the entire business community if we have a business owner that is not really negotiating in good faith, in my client's view, with the local business community. Mark my words, they will be back to the selectmen for approval of sale of liquor on this property. Now, what we don't want is for them to be touting that, well, the planning board had no problem with this, so here we are, we have our special permit, so the selectmen should have no problem with this. And the selectmen, with all due respect, could take a narrow view and say it's not our job to consider the picture as a whole, we just need to decide whether they comply with the requirements for having a liquor license approved. What the petitioner, what my clients would like the petitioner to do is put everything out on the table for a full discussion now, as we did 2 years ago, and have the board, if it sees fit, to either deny the special permit or push it over, continue it, and see if we can work out a second amendment to the development agreement. We had a first amendment to the development agreement that allowed for the special permit to go forward 2 years ago. We had a first amendment that said if they wanted to have a change of use on the property, such as a deli with 24 seats that would increase the parking, that they would have to come back to this board to do so, which they've done. I would suggest that we might want to have a second amendment to the development agreement that says if they want to sell liquor, that if they get approval from the selectmen, that they would still have to come back to this board so that we could have a discussion of the entire project as a whole and whether that would be detrimental to the business community in Harwich Port. We haven't had a chance to discuss that with Attorney Singer or his client. We have tried to negotiate, they've tried to negotiate. We are at loggerheads as to this sale of liquor issue. I'm going to defer now to Mr. Del Morte and Mr. Waystack. I think you would like to hear from them, even though Attorney Singer has said this is not the forum. I'm suggesting that we're talking about John Bolton and Joe Biden, and that you might want to hear their testimony. Thank you.
Can I just ask, before you leave, Mr. Kroll, who's the current title holder of the building?
Of the petitioners,
The entire building?
Attorney Singer would have to answer that.
It's 525 Camelot LLC is the legal owner of the property.
Who's that?
And the owner is is it Paul? Paul Manning, who is grew up on Cape Cod. He owns, I understand, 3 or 4 properties.
I know who
down
Mr.
Harwich.
Manning is.
Okay,
No.
I don't, but so that's who it is, but beneath the LLC.
So he owns it,
Yes.
and your client would be a tenant?
No, he's my client.
Oh, he's also your client?
Yeah, well, yeah, no, not also.
There is no tenant.
There
at
is
this
no
point.
tenant at this point. They are negotiating with a possible operator, but no, the applicant's the application's in the name of the owner. It's 528 Camelot LLC, and that's who I represent. I'm sorry if that wasn't clear.
All right.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
This is one step to
Thank you.
allowing.
Thank you.
them to move in.
I'm Joe Delamort. I'm the owner of Cranberry Liquors, the abutter to the property under discussion. I really don't have a lot to add, and in the interest of time, I'm sure you're pretty okay with that. You know, it appears to me.
I'm sorry, can you speak up just a
Sure.
little bit?
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah.
perfect, sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, you know, it appears to me that there's been a sort of a shell game played here, and we went at your recommendation a couple of years ago together to put together a plan that would allow access to the parking as it exists today, and in exchange for that agreement, I got that restrictive covenant. And now it's apparently being rendered worthless, and we're potentially splitting hairs about whether they're a liquor store or whether they sell liquor. But I want to assure you that if they want to sell liquor, they're going to have to get a package store license, just like I had to get a package store license. And my sense of that is, if it looks like a duck and it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, it's a duck. So it's a liquor store. I, have...
A liquor store as opposed to serving liquor.
It's not a pouring, they're not
Not a
asking for
pouring
pouring
license.
license.
That's correct. And I have no issue with a pouring license, and to the extent that they want to have a pouring license, I think that's a wonderful thing. I think it's also a wonderful thing in our town that when somebody comes into my store to grab a 6-pack of beer because they're going to run over and get their pizza from George's, or they're going to get their takeout from the hot stove, that works out very well too for all parties involved. And I just feel that this plan sort of upsets that spirit, and I don't think it's good for our town. That's all I really have to say, unless you have any questions.
No, not me. Thank you. Anybody on the board?
I think
Okay, Mr. Waystack?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and our town planner. The concern I have tonight is that the process that you have in granting permits as a planning board, we went through it for 2+ years for this building. And as the attorney mentioned, you as a planning board encouraged us because we have standing. And the standing that we have for the new members of the board who were not there when we discussed this original building is that I have rights into their lot. And when this agreement came together between the parties, they took a piece of my land, they took a piece of Mr. Delamorte's land, and the 62 parking spots that you're considering, 10 of those are mine on my land. 10 of those are Mr. Delamorte's on his land. But what really bothers me about this is the application, you have it in front of you, to include, but not limited to, ice cream, deli, sandwiches, and coffee, etc. The etc. is a liquor store. Because if you look on your plan, and whether they strike that out of the application, it was in the application, part of the public record. And again, I think that's a little disingenuous, etc., being a package store. And the reason that I'm bothered by this is that he has a restriction on record at the Barnstable County Registry of Deeds. In order for us to agree to the original building and permit that was put out here, a promise was made that liquor would not be sold. And you can say that this is not part of this discussion, but I'm concerned about an out-of-state developer. The gentleman flew up from Virginia to be here tonight. An out-of-state developer telling you what you want to hear, like, we'll cross out the beer and wine, or we'll give you a restriction against liquor sales to get your agreement so that we can get a permit. We live and work in this community. I've owned this building for 20 years. When we make agreements locally here in Harwich between residents, usually our hand is our bond. But now, because the plan for that building did not work, the condos didn't sell, they were priced too high, no one rented below, we're willing to take someone's word on record at the Registry of Deeds. We're not going to put that anywhere in the application except for etc., so that you as a planning board can make a decision based on a misrepresentation. Is that how this town is now working? Is that when we make an agreement to come before you, and Mr. McParlin, you were one of the ones that said, you guys should have an agreement, come back and let's talk. And if we have an agreement, it'll be easier to grant the initial permit for this. That was good 2 years ago. Isn't it good tonight? So I would ask you, if you're going to consider approving this without continuing it, I would like to have an agreement so that we could support it. I'm a 3-time president of the Harwich Chamber of Commerce. I believe in businesses in this community. I would love to see a market. I have nothing to do with booze except my neighbor of 15 years who's been involved with this is going to be impacted. Good faith from an out-of-state developer coming in to our community to say, let's work in good faith. We'll have a market. And you know what? If you need to get a 6-pack with your sandwich that you're getting from the deli, go over and see my friend Joe, who's got the liquor store next door. Bad faith is saying, I'm going to sell liquor when we told you that we're not going to sell liquor. So I'm going to go back on our word, and I'm going to compete with this man who has been in a location that has been selling liquor for 52 years. And he has owned it for 15. I just don't think, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, that misrepresentations should be a good basis for granting a special permit. Should you have any inkling of doing so, I would ask that you condition that there be no liquor sales in that property, to the spirit of the restriction that is on record at the Barnstable County Registry of Deeds. As the abutter business owner that had a piece of my land taken to make the entry or the exit way for this project, I would love to see the market there. I'd love to support it. But I'm going to be loyal to my neighbor, my local neighbor, who had a representation made to him. And I don't want to have to appeal your decision. I don't want to have to take this to court to support a restriction of record and a development agreement that was done so that they could get the initial permit. I just think that when people make promises and they memorialize it on paper, they should keep to their word. I don't think they're doing that tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anybody else who wishes to be heard? Yes, ma'am. Be kind enough to go down, just give us your name.
My name is Bonnie Hall. I'm a washershore. But, is that better? I've been coming to the Cape since I was 1 year old. I was in the original Exchange Hall Harwich Junior Theater. I was chief of staff for Paul Doan when he was your state senator. And my parents, after staying at Kema Lodge and then renting the cottage behind, bought it in 1947. And I inherited it upon my parents' death. And I've been living here since 2006 as a Harwich resident. I also happen to be the co-owner of the easement path that's off the parking lot behind Harwich Commons. So although my notice about this meeting came to me as an abutter to an abutter, because there is a house between my house and the parking lot, that right-of-way path easement is mine, and that does partly mine, and it does touch the parking lot. I'm fully aware of all the liquor licenses that affect around us, around me. The Hot Stove, Perks, Ember, Mad Minnow, Sea Grill, and I'm a butter to Sea Grill, and the Port. And we love Cranberry Liquors. We can just roll down the path through the parking lot and there we are. We don't need beer and wine from a deli, which I will truly support because I think it's wonderful. When I was growing up, we had the Eldridge Brothers, First National, and the Finest, and then the A&P. My mother didn't drive. And we lived on Braddock Lane, and we could go to all those shops and the post office and the Sword and Shield. I mean, they were all there. I would love to have a deli close by, and I will support it. But I will fight tooth and nail if there's a liquor license or an ability for them to sell beer and wine, particularly hurting Cranberry Liquors, which doesn't deserve this. I was unaware of any covenant, and I'm horrified to think that a lawyer or a group of people are trying to go around it. I also want the owners of that Harwich Port Commons to realize that the Chamber of Commerce advises beachgoers to walk through the parking lot, come down that right-of-way, go up the hill of Braddock Lane and down, and then turn and go to Bank Street Beach. And this is so that parents with children pulling their red wagons and their beach equipment aren't on Bank Street, which is having fast traffic. Braddock Lane doesn't get that traffic. We get the foot traffic. And for 2 or 3 months, I enjoy watching these people with joy walk by my house. But I'm worried when they're going to be in a parking lot where there might be people coming out having had a beer or a wine drink in the deli. So I just want to go on record of being totally against it, and I'll get my neighbors to fight tooth and nail with me.
Thank you, Ms. Hull. Okay, anybody else wish to be heard? Yes, sir.
My name is Bob Reed, and I'm a Harwich Port resident, 5208 Road, and along with my wife, who's here tonight, we run the town's bookshop, Read Books, on Route 28, a block and a half down the way. And we, along with several other merchants, came here over 4 hours ago, not being so aware that we'd be the last item on the agenda. And now, obviously, our 20-minute speeches need to be reduced to 2 minutes out of mercy for everybody.
You're not last, there's still more after you guys.
Okay, okay, well, that being the case, it was a dark and stormy night, no. So I just wanted to think what I could add, because what I can say to simply what Joe said and what Richie said and what Bernadette feels and Attorney Kroll, we agree with all of that. But the one thing that I think Joe is too humble to say and hasn't been brought up because it's not a legal matter is I want people to understand what Cranberry Liquors has meant to the town of downtown Harwich and the other merchants there and the residents over the past 15 years, because he bought an ongoing business. I will say without equivocation that Joe Del Morte has been one of the most civic-minded and generous people to every important cause in this town, to everyone who walks in asking to put a poster up about their event, who asks for charitable contributions, donations, has done an incredible amount of things in a very low-key way. And he has made a tremendous, tremendous difference in our community. And the reason why several of the merchants who came tonight and had to leave earlier, I heard everything from we got to let the dog out or walk the dog to, you know, my crock pot is probably burning or whatever now, and they had to leave. So we decided to stick it out because you need to know that this is a person who's done business in the old style, in a handshake way, in Harwich, and who's contributed to the kind of town that we certainly were and that attracted a lot of people to come here. And if we continue to let deep-pocketed, out-of-state, non-resident owners and such drive the equation and feel a sense of entitlement, what they can do, and we don't support the longtime businesses that have really contributed to the well-being of this town, will be a different kind of town down the road. And so while I haven't been here for 50 years, it's more like 20 or so, I just want you to know that what's attracted us to Harwich Port as business people and as residents has been the kind of feel of this place. And we too have come out in solidarity with both Richard and Joe, because these are the kind of people who have made our town what it is. And you do need to think somewhat protectively of them if you agree with us that this is the way we want people in our town to operate their businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And don't close that store. I need to have a place to get my books.
Regards to your wife.
Good evening. Cindy Williams, Executive Director of the Harwich Chamber. And I'd like to first thank all of the merchants that have come out tonight. Mr. Reed and Mrs. Reed, thank you very much for coming out and staying so late. I appreciate that. There's also someone that we have not mentioned here tonight. And yes, the plan in front of you does include one of the items. And everyone keeps saying a deli. It's more than what this proposal is more than a deli. What we need to remember, and Mr. Reed, you've hit it out of the park. Harwich Port and Harwich is a community. We have a deli. Yes, you can have whatever you're going to put in the building, but right down the street and right diagonal from the Reed bookstore is the Mason Jar, a deli that has been there, Guy, how many years?
I've been there 19, 2000, it's been there about 40.
All I'm trying to say is we are a community. The people that came out here tonight to help support Mr. Waystack, Mr. Delamorte, and Harwich Port, we embrace any project that is trying to come in to enrich our community. But what we also want to remember that we do always promote shopping local, shopping small, and shopping in Harwich. Please look at the big picture and what everyone is trying to do here. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else wishes to be heard? Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm not an attorney, and I don't even play one on TV. But I don't think I heard any conversation from the attorneys or otherwise that there is a problem with the covenant. If there is, I apologize and I missed it, and maybe it could be restated. If there isn't, then I'd be interested in the most simplest terms possible to hear. This appears to me, to my reading of this covenant, pretty black and white, that liquor sales are restricted under this covenant. And why you, Attorney Singer, and your client feel differently than the way I read the covenant. If that's a fair question, maybe Attorney Kroll can state his reason why it's different than yours.
I'm happy to answer that. I don't, through the chair.
Go ahead. Excuse me for a minute, just, if it helps you any, it's not my intention to vote this tonight.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
There is an agreement, you know, neither of us who are sitting here were before you 2 years ago. However, the statements have repeatedly been made that there was lying and misrepresentations and dishonesty, and that's troublesome in itself. But the party before you, and because it's brought up, I'm going to answer your question, and this has all come up in this conversation. You know, I've been on the Cape for 50+ years. This gentleman did fly up from Virginia today, but he flew up on behalf of the owner. Mr. Manning grew up in Sandwich, I believe it is. He's from the Cape. He owns several businesses that he's redeveloped along Harwich Port. He is part of Shop Local, Shop part of the community. We're having this discussion that, frankly, I think is beyond what really needs to be discussed, in that it's not, this is a dispute, this is a potential dispute for a future thing that hasn't happened yet, that is over an interpretation, Mr. Chadwick, of that document. That document says there shall be no package store, I'm paraphrasing, package store on the premises, on the premises. Mr. Manning's belief is that in his intent when he signed it, as I understand it, is that did not prohibit accessory liquor sales as part of another business. I'm not going to tell you who's right or wrong, because neither Attorney Kroll nor I can. They have their interpretation. Mr. Manning has his interpretation. Ultimately, and this is why I said it's really not before you this evening, ultimately, it would be a judge to decide. And this question of hiding the ball, I wrote the application. And for those of you who've seen my applications for the last 20+ years, I always put in the word "et cetera." And they tend to be pretty broad applications. I wasn't thinking of that. I wrote the application. I wasn't having any malintent towards Mr. Delamorte, and the owner had no malintent towards Mr. Delamorte in drafting that application. It was something the way I phrased the applications. There is no intent to hurt Mr. Delamorte. We have, as Mr. Kroll said, attempted to negotiate compromises. We even suggested that Mr. Delamorte, if it was legal and was approved by the licensing authorities, could supply the alcohol. There's just no agreement meeting on the minds right now. There's a difference of interpretation. And right now, there is, no matter who is right, there is absolutely no violation of the restrictive covenant, because no one has formally applied for liquor. That's not to say we're hiding the balls. We're having this conversation for 40 minutes, and we've had meetings with them and conversations where we've said that there is a desire to possibly go seek alcohol licensing. And if it happens, it happens. We'll make the commitment to you, and this is why we offered to strike those lines, that if they go for licensing, they will not use your special permit as a precedent to say, look, the board's okay with licensing. You could even, in fact, in your decision, say, this decision makes no decision anyway regarding alcohol sales in the property that is subject to other review, i.e. the licensing board. So that is a long answer, but I felt it was important because of some of the things we heard recently to get out there that we are trying to work with them, and hopefully we still can, but it doesn't appear at the moment. But that is separate from what you're seeking. This is not bad faith. This is a difference in interpretation of a document.
So the short answer, if I may, is...
I just channeled my father on that, who was always accused of long answers, and that's why Attorney Kroll's laughing.
I'm accused of long questions. Bear with me.
Well, then I gave you a long answer. That's good.
The short answer then is your and your client's interpretation of the word in the covenant, words in the covenant, operation of a liquor store or a package store, is standalone, sole, and we don't sell anything else. And Attorney Kroll's and Mr. Delamorte and Mr. Waystack's interpretation is liquor sales, alcohol sales is not permitted under the covenant in that location. Is that the?
That is my understanding of both of our, I don't want to speak for Attorney Kroll, but that is what I believe is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else on the board? All right, can I get a motion to continue this to February 25th?
May I ask, Mr. Chairman, why you seek the continuance beyond the hour?
It's 11 o'clock at night.
But have any issues been raised in the application, other than this lengthy discussion of liquor? Has anything been raised about the outside seats or the deli service use that is
Really,
not controversial?
My personal opinion is I just want some chance to study some of this material before I vote on it. I'm not saying I'm going to vote yes or no or sideways. I just would feel better if I put the matter over. Sorry your client has to come back from Virginia, but
Well, he may not, but.
that's up
The
to
next
him.
meeting is the 11th, if you,
Yeah, at a minimum, I'd
Wanted
ask for
to-
the
Sure,
11th.
fine.
But does the rest of the board agree with that? Because again, if there's nothing
All right.
controversial about sorry to push, but it's just, if there's nothing controversial about the details, nothing new has been submitted tonight except in testimony. That's all I'm just asking. Ultimately, we'll obviously accept the opinion of the board.
Somebody move it to February 11th?
So I move that we continue the public hearing for PB 2019-47525 Camelot LLC as owner, care of Andrew Singer Esquire as representative to February 11th, 2020, no earlier than 6:30 PM.
Second?
seconding.
All in favor? Nope, we need a roll call, sorry.
Dave Harris, aye.
Joe McFarland, aye.
Mary Maslowski, aye.
Alan Peterson, aye.
William Stokes, aye.
Chadwick, aye.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much. It's a long night. Okay, we have to do some business, don't we?
We do. Do you want me to do this real quick? I can.
Go ahead.
Okay, so with regard to the Zoning Board of Appeals, there is one application on here. Folks, we still have a meeting, so if,
You're welcome to stay.
yeah, but, so,
You're so funny.
with regard to case number 2020-01, this is K&T Realty Trust. You may recall that you approved a two-lot subdivision for this property containing a panhandle that actually narrowed down
I
to
remember it,
provide.
yep.
So that's going before the Zoning Board of Appeals tomorrow night regarding to allow the width down to 24 feet. If the board is so inclined, I'm happy to write a memo to them saying the board approved this with the realization that it needed this, this variance and was supportive of this measure.
Okay, anybody else have any problems with that? We don't need a vote, we just do it.
Nope, that's fine. It's basically reflective of what you've already made for decision. Right, memo. Okay. Next, you have the meeting minutes of the 14th of January.
I get a motion to approve the meeting minutes of January 14th.
Second.
I move to approve the meeting minutes of Tuesday, January 14th, 2020.
Get a roll call?
Who seconded? Craig, sorry. He seconded the motion.
Go ahead.
Arthur Rouse, aye.
Hello down there, you still awake?
David?
David?
Aye. Dave Harris, aye.
Joe McFarland, aye.
Mary Maslowski, aye.
Alan Peterson, aye.
William Stokes, aye.
Craig Chadwick, aye.
Okay.
Take one and pass it on. So, next on the agenda is continuation of the discussion regarding the IL zoning district expansion. We do have the revised zoning map, and what is being handed out to you, and I sent it to you, David, via email, is the revised article, which would be to amend the Code of Town of Harwich, Section 325-4 and Attachment 4, the zoning map, by extending the industrial IL zoning district westerly along along Queen Anne Road, and the existing IL zoning district is shown in the amended zoning map dated January 23rd, 2020, a copy of which is on file with the town clerk. I've provided an explanation. I've also provided a
This
written...
would be your proposed article for
That's
town
the
meeting?
preferred article for town meeting. I a proposed explanation along with a description.
Running description.
Running description of that. As you may recall, last 2 meetings ago, I said there was a lot that needed to be adjusted. That has now been adjusted. And if you can see on the screen, the area, they took my pointer, to the very west, you can see where the expansion is. Thank you. Which is, oh, geez, is it gonna work for me? There we go, right there. So this area is the expansion, and generally is reflected on the descriptions that visual descriptions I've provided here.
Can I ask, does it include all of the Hall's property as
It does
they
indeed.
anticipated?
It does indeed. They were not able to be here tonight. They did look at the map. On Friday, they met with Griffin Ryder, our town engineer. They were happy with it. Basically, the explanation is that they came to meet with me last year, and, you know, over several conversations and looking at the map, this is what we came up with.
So do we just need to refer this to the Board of Selectmen so the Board of Selectmen can refer it back to us?
Yes, you do, ma'am.
So I move that we refer the zoning district expansion of Queen Anne Road for the industrial district, the IL zoning district to be exact, be referred to the Board of Selectmen for their review with the request that they refer it back to this planning board for the appropriate public hearings with the intent of having an article on the town meeting warrant for the May town meeting warrant.
Second.
Okay? We need a roll.
Yes, you do.
Arthur Rose, aye.
Joe McParland, aye.
Mary Maslowski, aye.
Alan Peterson, aye. James Stoltz, aye.
Craig Chadwick, aye.
David?
Hello, David.
Dave Harris, aye.
Thank you.
Yippee!
And last but not least, that I have for you,
Charlene, excuse me, before we move on, where on the map, if I might ask, is an as-is road?
it is, oh, sorry.
Can't see anymore.
It's basically, oh, hold on. It's right here. It shows on the old assessor's map, but it's right there.
Okay.
And it runs down and goes to Main Street.
Oh,
Yep.
wow, okay.
So the next item is PB 2018-5, Cranberry Valley Golf Course, minor site plan change, discussion and possible vote. So I did provide for you plans, which are way easier to see on what I provided you. They had the configuration there all last year on traffic flow. They realized it wasn't working as they had hoped it would. So what they are now proposing to do is having the area, the large turnaround area that goes right in front of the pro shop, closed off by planters. The smaller area closest to the larger parking area, they're adding 10 additional parking spaces, and just redesigning the landscaping to make it work better for their needs. They asked me, do we need to come back for another site plan review, or is this considered, you know, something simple for the purposes of just saying you're good with this?
So basically, they're bringing it back where it was. While ago.
Well,
Kinda looks like that.
it kind of looks like
Little
that.
bit, yeah.
But they realized it worked better
Yeah.
back the way it
Fine,
did.
just-
And it's safer by using the planters to make it so you can't go around that circle at all. So the
can go-
question is, do you want them to come back, or is the board comfortable with this? They will have to show this on the as-built plan, which we are still waiting for once the work is done with the
And then we approve the
landscaping.
as-built, correct?
And then you have to approve the as-built.
Anybody have a problem? We don't need to have them come back in, do we?
No.
Okay.
Done.
Good.
Yeah, as a member intimately familiar with this layout, I think this is a great improvement over what they've been dealing with. They had those planters in place to block off the circle traffic most of this end of the year, and it worked fine.
Thank you very much. You can go to bed now.
That's all I have. And I hope there's no board reports from anybody, except maybe Mary.
I'll say nothing. I move that we adjourn.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Roll call. Aye, 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 aye.
Aye.
11:10
Thank you very much,
p.m.
all of you,
Thanks,
for-
Yes,
everybody.
that's why I wasn't gonna